Tonight, we're going to spend some quiet time in a small American town of the past and gently follow the daily routine of a housewife whose life rarely appeared in newspapers, history books, or political speeches. There are no famous battles waiting for us tonight. No presidents making dramatic decisions. No great fortunes being won or lost. Instead, we will move slowly through ordinary hours. We will listen to the creak of wooden floors before sunrise, the soft rattle of dishes in a kitchen, the distant sound of a wagon on a dirt road, and the familiar rhythms that shaped the lives of countless women whose work held families and communities together. As you settle into a comfortable position, allow your breathing to slow. There is no need to hurry. The town we are visiting could be found almost anywhere in America during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. It might be in Ohio, Iowa, Kansas, Pennsylvania, or dozens of other places where rows of modest homes lined quiet streets and church bells marked the passing of the week. The exact location matters less than the routine itself. Because although towns differed, many daily experiences remained remarkably similar. The woman we will follow is not a specific historical figure. Rather, she represents thousands of ordinary women whose lives shared many common patterns. Her world is smaller than our own. Travel is slower. Communication takes longer. Many modern conveniences do not yet exist. And so much of everyday life depends upon time, effort, patience, and physical labor. As evening settles over our imagination, let us gently turn back the calendar. The electric glow of modern cities fades away. Automobiles become rare. Roads grow quieter. Telephone wires appear only in some places. The pace of life slows. And in a modest small-town home, another day is about to begin. Long before sunrise, darkness still covers the town. The streets are silent, except for an occasional dog barking somewhere in the distance. A few porch lamps glow faintly. Most windows remain dark. Inside one wooden house, the family sleeps beneath quilts stitched by hand. The house itself is simple. It may have 2 or 3 bedrooms, perhaps a small parlor, a dining room, a kitchen. The furniture is practical rather than decorative. Every object serves a purpose. Nothing is purchased casually. Money is too valuable for that. Before dawn, the housewife wakes. There is no electronic alarm clock. Instead, years of habit guide her. Perhaps she hears the faint crowing of a rooster. Perhaps her eyes simply open at the same hour they always do. For a few moments, she lies still beneath warm blankets. The room is cold. In winter, the chill can be especially sharp. During the night, the stove downstairs has burned low. The warmth that filled the home yesterday has mostly disappeared. She sits up slowly. The floorboards feel cool beneath her feet. Carefully, she dresses by dim light. Her clothing is practical. A long dress, a sturdy pair of shoes, an apron waiting downstairs. Nothing extravagant. The day's work does not allow for delicate fashions. Outside, darkness remains. Stars still hang above the town. The streets are empty. A thin layer of frost may cover the ground. Or perhaps summer air drifts through an open window, carrying the scent of grass and distant fields. The first task of the morning is often fire. Without fire, many other tasks cannot begin. She moves quietly through the house so as not to wake everyone else. In the kitchen, yesterday's ashes wait inside the stove. If the fire survived the night, she carefully stirs the coals. If not, she starts again. Small pieces of wood. Kindling. A match. Patience. Soon a faint crackling sound fills the room. A tiny flame grows stronger. The stove begins its daily work. This simple act, repeated thousands of times throughout a lifetime, rarely appears in historical accounts. Yet it is essential. Without the stove, there is no breakfast, no hot water, no warmth, no baking, no comfort during winter. Gradually, the kitchen comes alive. Metal surfaces warm. Water begins heating. Shadows dance against the walls. Outside, the eastern horizon starts to brighten. The town remains mostly asleep. But in many homes, other women are performing similar tasks. Lighting fires, preparing meals, beginning another day of labor that often goes unnoticed. Breakfast requires preparation. Modern kitchens allow food to appear quickly. In earlier times, almost every meal demands effort. Ingredients must be gathered. Bread may need slicing. Coffee must be prepared. Eggs cooked. Porridge stirred. Biscuits baked. Nothing happens with the push of a button. The housewife measures ingredients carefully. Waste is unacceptable. Food represents money, labor, and security. Many families operate close to financial limits. A spoiled meal is not merely disappointing. It is costly. Soon, the aroma of breakfast fills the house. Coffee, fresh bread, perhaps bacon sizzling gently. The scent travels through hallways and beneath doors. One by one, family members begin waking. Children rub sleepy eyes. A husband prepares for work. The household gradually transforms from silence into activity. Conversation is often practical. There are chores to discuss, weather to consider, plans for the day, perhaps news from neighbors, perhaps mention of a church event later in the week. The meal itself is important, not simply because it provides nourishment. It also gathers the family together before responsibilities pull everyone in different directions. The housewife may eat quickly. Many women become accustomed to serving others first, refilling cups, passing dishes, watching that everyone receives enough. Only afterward does she focus on her own plate. When breakfast ends, the day truly begins. Dishes await. Always dishes. A seemingly endless cycle. Wash it. Dry. Put away. Repeat. Today, many machines assist this work. In the period we are visiting, much of it is completed by hand. Warm water. Soap. A cloth. Time. The sound of dishes being washed becomes one of the familiar background sounds of domestic life. A quiet rhythm repeated day after day. Outside, sunlight now reaches the streets. The town awakens. Shopkeepers open doors. Children walk towards school. Horses pull wagons along roads. Perhaps a train whistle echoes in the distance. For many small towns, trains represent connection to the wider world. Newspapers, mails, visitors, goods from distant places. The housewife may pause briefly if she hears the whistle. Perhaps it reminds her of relatives living elsewhere. Perhaps she wonders what news has arrived. Yet there is little time for daydreaming. The work continues. Laundry is waiting. For many women, laundry day ranks among the most demanding tasks of the week. Modern washing machines have transformed this chore beyond recognition. In earlier times, washing clothing required significant physical effort. Water must often be heated. Buckets carried. Garments scrubbed. Rinsed. Wrung out. hung to dry. Every step demands labor. The laundry basket can seem endless. Children's clothing, work shirts, undergarments, aprons, bed linens, towels. Each item represents another piece of work. During warm months, laundry may dry outside. Long lines stretch across backyards. White sheets billow gently in the breeze. The sight becomes a familiar feature of American neighborhoods. Rows of fabric fluttering beneath open skis. There is something peaceful about the image. Yet the labor behind it is substantial. As she works, the housewife may not be alone. A younger daughter might help. A neighbor might stop by. Conversation often accompanies chores. News travels this way, not through social media or instant messages, but through visits over fences, conversations on porches, and shared work. A neighbor may arrive carrying fresh information. Someone's son found employment. A family welcomed a new baby. A merchant received new goods. A church supper is being organized. Such exchanges help weave the social fabric of the town. Communities remain closely connected because people regularly see one another face to face. Relationships depend upon physical presence. The housewife occupies a central position within this network. Though she may spend much of her day at home, she often knows a remarkable amount about local events. Not through gossip alone, but because community life passes constantly through domestic spaces. Deliveries arrive. Neighbors visit. Children carry stories from school. Relatives send letters. The home becomes a crossroads of information. By mid-morning, sunlight pours through kitchen windows. Dust particles drift lazily in the air. The morning's first tasks may be completed, but countless others remain. Beds need making. Floors need sweeping. Clothing requires mending. Food preparation for later meals must begin. The list never truly ends. Many small-town homes contain objects that demand regular maintenance. Oil lamps must be cleaned. Stoves tended. Furniture dusted. Curtains washed. Everything takes time. Nothing is disposable. Items are repaired whenever possible. A torn shirt is mended. A loose chair is fixed. A cracked container may find a second use. Frugality shapes daily decisions, partly because incomes are limited, partly because earlier generations often value resourcefulness. Throwing useful things away feels wasteful. The housewife learns countless practical skills: sewing, cooking, cleaning, budgeting, food preservation, basic healthcare, childcare, hospitality. These abilities are rarely celebrated in grand historical narratives, yet they require knowledge accumulated through years of experience. As the morning continues, she may turn her attention to sewing. Near a window with good light, she examines clothing requiring repair. Needle, thread, patience, a missing button, a torn sleeve, a worn hem. Small problems addressed before they become larger ones. The work can be repetitive, yet it often carries quiet satisfaction. A garment restored, money saved, resources stretched a little further. Outside, the town continues its own routine. Store owners greet customers. Blacksmiths work near glowing forges. Teachers conduct lessons. Farmers tend fields beyond town limits. Each person contributes to a larger system, and the housewife's labor supports that system in ways that are not always visible. Because when meals appear on time, clothing remains clean, children are cared for, and homes stay functional, other members of the household can pursue their own responsibilities. Her work forms an invisible foundation beneath everyday life. As noon approaches, another meal begins taking shape. The kitchen once again becomes the center of activity. Ingredients emerge from cupboards and pantries. Vegetables are chopped. Bread is sliced. Soup simmer gently. The comforting sounds of cooking fill the room. Steam rises. Metal utensils clink softly. The scent of food spreads throughout the house. For many families, the midday meal can be substantial, particularly in communities connected to agriculture or physical labor. People need energy for long hours of work. Meals are practical, filling, and designed to sustain effort. By now, the sun stands higher in the sky. Birdsong drifts through open windows. The day feels fully awake. And our small-town housewife, having already completed hours of labor, continues steadily onward. Her routine may seem ordinary, yet it is precisely this ordinariness that shaped much of American life for generations. History often remembers extraordinary moments, but most people spend their lives within ordinary ones. And it is there, in these kitchens, laundry rooms, gardens, porches, and dining tables, that the deeper rhythms of everyday history can often be found. As afternoon slowly approaches, we will continue following these rhythms, moving deeper into the household, the neighborhood, and the seasons that shape the life of a small-town American housewife. The midday meal has come and gone. Plates have been cleared. Dishes have been washed once again. The familiar cycle continues. In a modern home, it can sometimes feel as though household work arrives in separate tasks. In the small-town America we are visiting, the work often blends together into one continuous stream. One responsibility naturally leads into another. A chore completed in the morning creates preparation for something needed later in the day. The house gradually settles into a quieter rhythm. If children are in school, the rooms may feel unusually still. Only the ticking of a clock can be heard. Perhaps the gentle creak of the house itself. Wood expands and contracts with changing temperatures. Floors shift slightly beneath footsteps. Old homes develop their own language of sounds. The housewife becomes familiar with each one. A particular stair that squeaks. A door that sticks during humid weather. A window that rattles when strong winds arrive. These details become part of daily life. The home is not simply a structure. It is a living environment that requires constant attention. During the afternoon, attention often turns toward supplies. Unlike modern households with easy access to supermarkets and online deliveries, maintaining adequate food and household goods requires careful planning. Pantries must be monitored. Preserved foods inspected. Flour supplies checked. Sugar measured. Coffee carefully rationed. A shortage of an important item can create significant inconvenience. Many women become skilled household managers. They keep mental records of what remains available. They know which shelves contain jars prepared months earlier. They understand how long particular foods will last. They calculate needs for future weeks. This knowledge is rarely written down. It exists in memory, experience, and habit. A visitor entering the kitchen might notice shelves lined with preserved foods. Glass jars catch the afternoon sunlight. Inside are the results of earlier labor. Beans, peaches, tomatoes, pickles, corn, apples. Each jar represents work completed during another season. Food preservation connects the entire year together. Summer abundance becomes winter security. Nothing is taken for granted. In many households, a productive garden plays an important role. If weather permits, the housewife may step outdoors to inspect it. The transition from kitchen to yard feels pleasant. Fresh air replaces the warmth of the stove. Sunlight falls across vegetable rows. Perhaps chickens scratch nearby. A cat sleeps in a patch of shade. The garden itself is practical rather than decorative. Every plant serves a purpose. Beans climb wooden supports. Tomatoes ripen beneath broad leaves. Potatoes grow quietly beneath the soil. Cabbages form dense green heads. Her relationship with the garden is ongoing. She notices small changes. A new blossom. A damaged leaf. Signs of approaching harvest. She understands that successful gardening depends upon observation as much as labor. Rainfall, temperature, insects, all influence results. A few moments spent examining plants can prevent larger problems later. The garden also offers something else. A brief opportunity for solitude. Household work often places women in service to others. Meals must accommodate family schedules. Laundry reflects family needs. Cleaning serves shared spaces. The garden, while still productive, sometimes allows a few quiet moments alone. She may pause and listen. The distant sound of a train. Birds moving through trees. Wind passing across fields beyond town. Perhaps church bells marking the hour. These sounds create the soundtrack of small-town life. They are familiar enough to fade into the background, yet comforting when noticed. Beyond the garden, neighboring houses stand nearby. Each contains its own routines, its own worries, its own ambitions, its own daily work. From a distance, one house may appear much like another, but every family experiences life differently. A widow living alone, a young couple with small children, an elderly pair whose children have moved away, recent arrivals hopping to establish themselves, long-time residents whose families have lived in the area for generations. Together, they create the social landscape of the town. Afternoons frequently bring visitors. Not formal appointments, not carefully scheduled meetings, simply visits. A neighbor may walk over. A relative might stop by unexpectedly. Such interactions are common. In an era before constant entertainment and electronic communication, personal visits play a central role in social life. A knock sounds at the door. The housewife wipes her hands on her apron and answers. Perhaps a neighbor has brought extra vegetables. Perhaps she wishes to borrow an ingredient. Perhaps she simply wants conversation. Hospitality is expected. Coffee may be offered. Tea in some communities. A chair pulled closer. Conversation unfolds naturally. They discuss weather, children, church activities, local events, news from relatives, prices at stores, upcoming harvests. These discussions help strengthen community bonds. Information spreads slowly but steadily. No one receives updates instantly. Instead, knowledge travels through relationships. People remain connected because they make time to speak with one another. Such visits may last 10 minutes or an hour. The exact length matters less than the ritual itself. The exchange reinforces a sense of belonging. The visitor eventually departs. The house becomes quiet again. Work resumes. Perhaps mending returns to the forefront. Sewing occupies an important place in domestic life. Clothing represents a significant investment. Garments are expected to last. Repairs extend usefulness. Fabric scraps are saved. Buttons are collected. Nothing potentially valuable is discarded without consideration. A sewing basket contains numerous small treasures. Needles, thread, pins, scissors, patterns. Each item supports practical creativity. The housewife may not describe herself as an artist, yet skillful sewing requires precision, planning, and patience. Children's clothes often present particular challenges. Youngsters grow quickly. Knees wear through fabric. Sleeves become too short. Adjustments are constantly needed. Families learn to make do. Older garments are altered. Fabric is reused. Creativity becomes a form of economy. As sunlight shifts across the room, shadows lengthen slightly. Afternoon advances. In some seasons, children begin returning from school. The house changes immediately. Quiet disappears. Voices fill hallways. Doors open and close. Books are dropped onto tables. Questions arrive all at once. Children bring energy into the household. Along with energy come responsibilities. Homework may need supervision. Clothing may require attention. Minor injuries require care. Arguments between siblings must sometimes be resolved. The housewife often serves as organizer, referee, teacher, nurse, and counselor. These roles overlap continuously. One moment, she is helping with arithmetic. The next, she is treating a scraped knee. Then she is preparing food. Then answering questions. The work rarely follows a predictable order. Children's experiences vary greatly depending upon time period, location, and family circumstances. Yet many memories remain surprisingly consistent. The smell of food after school. The warmth of the kitchen. The presence of a parent managing numerous tasks simultaneously. These small experiences often become lasting memories. Outside, weather influences daily life more directly than it does today. Without modern climate control, seasonal changes affect nearly every activity. Summer heat can transform indoor spaces. Windows remain open. Curtains move gently with breezes. Work begins earlier to avoid afternoon temperatures. Winter introduces different challenges. Snow, ice, long nights, fuel consumption. The housewife must adapt constantly. Seasonal awareness becomes second nature. Autumn brings preservation work. Winter demands endurance. Spring encourages cleaning and renewal. Summer offers harvest and abundance. The calendar is experienced physically rather than abstractly. One can smell the seasons, feel them, hear them. The approach of autumn may be announced by dry leaves scraping across sidewalks. Winter by the sharp sound of boots on frozen ground. Spring by birds returning after long absences. These changes influence emotions as well as routines. Certain tasks belong naturally to particular months. Certain traditions return each year. Holiday preparations create additional responsibilities. Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, Independence Day. Each occasion carries expectations. Special meals, guests, decorations, additional cleaning, additional cooking. While celebrations can be joyful, they also involve significant labor. Many festive experiences enjoyed by families depend upon unseen preparation. A holiday dinner may appear effortless to guests. Hours or days of work lie behind it. As afternoon edges toward evening, thoughts gradually turn toward supper. This meal often requires more preparation than lunch. Family members will gather again. The day's activities will be discussed. The kitchen becomes busy once more. Vegetables are prepared, meat seasoned, bread sliced, ovens heated, pots stirred. The familiar sounds return. Cooking is not merely nourishment. It is communication, care expressed through effort. A meal says something about the household, about values, about resources, about traditions passed from one generation to another. Recipes frequently travel through families, not always written, often remembered. A daughter learns from a mother, who learned from her mother. Measurements may be approximate, instructions simple. Experience fills gaps that words cannot. A pinch, a handful. Cook until it looks right. Knowledge accumulates through observation. In this way, domestic skills move quietly across generations. Without fanfare, without official recognition, yet with enormous influence. The afternoon light softens. Golden tones appear across walls and floors. The busiest hours of the day approach. Workers return from jobs. Children finish assignments. Families prepare to reunite around the evening meal. Before that gathering takes place, however, there remains one more aspect of daily life worth considering: the emotional landscape of the housewife herself. History often records actions, dates, events, statistics. It is less successful at recording feelings. Yet emotions shape experience. A small-town housewife experiences satisfaction, frustration, pride, worry, affection, boredom, hope, and exhaustion just as anyone else does. Some days feel productive. Others feel endless. A spotless kitchen may bring quiet pride. A failed recipe may bring disappointment. A letter from a distant relative may brighten an entire week. Financial concerns may create sleepless nights. Life contains ordinary emotional ups and downs. Not every moment is peaceful. Not every day is difficult. Most fall somewhere between. This complexity is important. The women whose lives we are exploring were not symbols. They were people, individuals with unique personalities. Some were outgoing, some reserved, some ambitious, some content with familiar routines, some deeply religious, some skeptical, some loved small-town life, others dreamed of distant places. Yet regardless of differences, daily responsibilities created common experiences. The evening meal will soon gather everyone together once more. The sun continues its slow descent. Long shadows stretch across streets. Storekeepers begin closing for the day. Schoolhouses empty. Church steeples catch the last bright light. And inside thousands of homes across small-town America, kitchens become warm and busy as another ordinary day moves gently toward evening. The routines may appear simple, but they are the quiet framework upon which entire communities rest. And as darkness gradually approaches, we will continue exploring those routines, moving deeper into family life, social expectations, and the changing seasons that shape the world of the small-town American housewife. The evening meal is nearly ready. Across the town, similar scenes unfold behind hundreds of windows. The setting sun paints rooftops in shades of gold and amber. Shadows stretch across dirt roads and wooden sidewalks. The day's work, though not yet entirely finished, begins to slow. Inside the kitchen, warmth gathers around the stove. The housewife moves from counter to table and back again. Years of practice have made many motions automatic. A lid is lifted to check a simmering pot. A loaf of bread is sliced. Plates are arranged. Glasses filled. Nothing appears hurried, yet everything happens efficiently. The family gradually gathers. A husband returns from work. Children drift in from outdoor play, school assignments, or small chores completed before supper. Coats are hung. Hands are washed. Voices fill the home. After the quieter hours of afternoon, the house feels alive once more. For many families, supper becomes the most important shared moment of the day. It is one of the few times when everyone occupies the same room for an extended period. Conversation unfolds naturally. Someone discusses a difficult task completed at work. A child recounts a classroom lesson. News from town enters the discussion. Perhaps a new business is opening. Perhaps a neighbor is ill. Perhaps a church event is approaching. Information, opinions, and observations circulate around the table. Meals provide more than food. They help maintain family identity. The table becomes a place where values are reinforced. Stories are shared. Advice is offered. Plans are made. Children learn not only through instruction, but through observation. They watch how adults speak to one another, how disagreements are handled, how responsibilities are discussed. The evening meal often serves as an informal classroom. After supper, dishes await once again. The routine is familiar. Wash it, dry, put away. Sometimes children assist. Sometimes responsibilities are divided among family members. Practices vary from household to household. Yet the work itself remains unavoidable. One characteristic of domestic labor is its endless nature. A floor swept today will need sweeping again. A meal prepared tonight will be followed by another tomorrow. Completion is temporary. Maintenance is constant. This reality shapes the rhythm of household life. Once the kitchen is restored to order, the atmosphere of the home changes again. The busiest tasks of the day are mostly complete. Evening settles gently over the town. Outside, street activity decreases. Shop doors close. The sound of wagons becomes less frequent. In later years, automobiles pass occasionally through the growing darkness. The pace of life softens. Families remain indoors. Many homes become centers of quiet activity. Some people read, others sew. Children play games. Letters are written. Conversations continue. Entertainment looks very different from what many people experience today. There are no streaming services, no endless digital content, no smartphones demanding attention every few minutes. Instead, leisure tends to be slower and more deliberate. A family may gather around a parlor table. Board games emerge from a cabinet. Cards are shuffled. Laughter occasionally breaks the evening quiet. Such activities require participation. People entertain one another. The experience is shared rather than individualized. Reading occupies an important place in many households. Books may be treasured possessions. Magazines circulate among neighbors. Newspapers are carefully read. A single publication can provide discussion topics for days. News arrives more slowly. As a result, people often spend more time considering it. A national event reported in the newspaper may remain a subject of conversation long after its arrival. For the housewife, evening sometimes provides the first opportunity for relative rest. Not complete rest. There are usually still tasks remaining. But the most demanding responsibilities have often passed. She may sit in a favorite chair, perhaps near a lamp, perhaps beside a window where the last traces of daylight linger. Needlework frequently returns during these hours. Hands remain busy even while conversation continues. A quilt slowly takes shape. A garment receives repairs. Embroidery decorates a piece of fabric. Such work reflects a broader reality of earlier generations. Time is rarely wasted because resources are valuable. Even leisure often produces something useful. A finished quilt may warm a family for years. Handmade items become practical expressions of care. Some evenings include visitors. Friends stop by unexpectedly. Relatives arrive for conversation. Community life extends beyond formal events. Relationships are maintained through regular contact. People know one another's families. They recognize one another's histories. The social world of a small town can feel remarkably interconnected. This closeness offers advantages. Support is often available during hardship. Neighbors help during illness. Families assist one another during harvests, funerals, and emergencies. Yet close communities also create pressures. Privacy can be limited. Reputations matter. Behavior is noticed. Expectations are often clearly understood. For many housewives, maintaining respectability becomes an important social responsibility. A well-kept home communicates something to the community. Cleanliness reflects diligence. Hospitality reflects character. Children's behavior influences family reputation. These expectations can be comforting when shared values create stability. They can also become burdensome when standards feel difficult to maintain. The balance differs for every individual. As darkness deepens outside, lamps illuminate the interior of the home. Before widespread electrification, evening light carries special significance. Oil lamps cast a warm glow. Shadows gather in corners. Rooms feel smaller and more intimate. The darkness beyond the windows appears deeper. Families naturally cluster near available light. Activities adapt accordingly. Reading requires good illumination. Sewing demands careful positioning. Conversation often becomes the simplest and most enjoyable option. The atmosphere created by lamplight is difficult to fully appreciate in the modern world. Electric lighting has made brightness commonplace. Earlier generations experienced darkness differently. Night retained a stronger presence. The transition between day and evening felt more dramatic. When lamps were extinguished, true darkness arrived. This reality influenced sleeping habits. Many people retired earlier. The rhythms of daylight carried greater authority. Seasonal differences became more noticeable. Winter evenings felt especially long. Summer evenings offered extended opportunities for outdoor activity. During warm months, families sometimes spend time on porches after supper. The porch serves as an important social space in many small American towns. It occupies a comfortable middle ground between public and private life. People sit outside. Neighbors stroll past. Greetings are exchanged. Conversations begin casually. Children play nearby. The evening air provides relief from daytime heat. Porch culture becomes a defining feature of many communities. A person sitting quietly can observe much of town life. Dogs wandering home, young couples taking walks, friends gathering at street corners. The slow movement of everyday existence. There is no urgency, no endless stream of notifications. The world feels smaller, not necessarily easier, but often slower. As the evening progresses, younger children begin preparing for bed. This process varies by family. Baths may be required, nightclothes distributed, stories read aloud, prayers spoken. Parents guide children through familiar routines, repeated hundreds of times throughout childhood. These moments often appear ordinary while they are happening. Yet years later, they become powerful memories. The sound of a parent's voice, the smell of clean bedding, the glow of a lamp in a dark hallway, the feeling of safety inside a familiar home. The housewife plays a central role in creating these experiences. Her work extends beyond physical tasks. She helps create emotional stability, a predictable environment, a sense of order, a place where family life unfolds. Once children are asleep, the home grows quieter again. Adults may remain awake for a while longer. Perhaps paperwork requires attention. Household accounts need balancing. Budgets must be reviewed carefully. Financial management forms another significant aspect of domestic responsibility. Many families operate within strict limits. Every purchase must be considered. Unexpected expenses can create serious challenges. The housewife often becomes highly skilled at stretching available resources. She compares prices, plans meals carefully, repairs rather than replaces, saves whenever possible. Economic history is frequently discussed through banks, industries, and markets. Yet household budgeting represents another equally important layer. National economic conditions eventually reach individual kitchens. Changes in crop prices, factory wages, transportation costs, all influence family decisions. The housewife experiences these broader forces through everyday realities. Can the family afford new shoes? Will enough coal be available for winter? Can additional fabric be purchased this season? Large economic trends become personal through such questions. Late evening arrives. The town quiets further. Only occasional sounds drift through open windows. A distant train whistle, the bark of a dog, the faint rumble of a wagon returning home. Most businesses are closed. Most families are indoors. The pace of life has slowed to its gentlest point. The housewife takes a final look around the home. Doors checked, stove examined, lamps adjusted, small preparations made for the following morning. Tomorrow's tasks already wait patiently. Breakfast must be prepared. Laundry remains unfinished. Meals require planning. The cycle never truly stops. Yet there can be satisfaction in this continuity. Routine creates structure. Predictability provides comfort. Many people derive meaning from caring for others and maintaining a household. Not every moment feels rewarding. Fatigue exists. Frustration exists. Monotony exists. Yet purpose exists as well. Before retiring for the night, some women spend a few quiet moments alone. Perhaps reading, perhaps praying, perhaps simply enjoying silence. Religious faith occupies an important place in many communities during this era. Churches serve not only spiritual functions, but social ones as well. They host gatherings, support networks, educational activities, charitable efforts. The rhythms of church life often influence the rhythms of household life. Sunday stands apart from other days. Special clothing is prepared. Meals are planned differently. Schedules adjust. The influence of faith extends into daily decisions, family traditions, and community expectations. As our housewife prepares for sleep, the town itself seems to exhale. Windows darken one by one. Street activity disappears. The stars become more visible overhead. In an age before widespread artificial illumination, the night sky often appears breathtaking. Countless stars spread across the darkness. The Milky Way may be visible on clear evenings. Children grow up familiar with celestial patterns. The natural world remains a constant companion. Inside the home, blankets are pulled into place. The day's labor is finished. For now, the body welcomes rest. Tomorrow will bring many of the same responsibilities. Yet no 2 days are entirely identical. Weather changes. Visitors arrive. Children grow. Seasons advance. Communities evolve. History moves forward through countless ordinary days, just like this one. And it is within those ordinary days that we begin to understand the deeper reality of small-town American life. Soon we will move beyond the routine of a single day and begin exploring how the changing seasons transformed the work, responsibilities, and experiences of the small-town American housewife throughout the year. For while daily routines provided structure, it was the turning of the seasons that often determined the shape of life itself. The next morning arrives much like the one before it. A pale glow appears along the horizon. Roosters announce the coming day. The town slowly awakens. Yet if we step back from the routine of a single day and look across an entire year, a different picture begins to emerge. Life in small-town America is shaped not only by clocks and calendars, but by seasons. The turning of the year influences nearly every aspect of household management. The work of a housewife in January can feel very different from her work in July. The responsibilities remain constant in some ways. Meals must still be prepared. Clothing must still be maintained. Children must still be cared for. But the details shift with weather, temperature, daylight, and the changing needs of the household. To understand her life more completely, we must follow her through the seasons. Let us begin with winter. Winter arrives gradually in some regions and suddenly in others. In northern towns, snow may blanket streets for months. In milder areas, cold rain and frost replace deep drifts. Regardless of location, winter demands preparation. The housewife often begins thinking about winter long before the first snow falls. Fuel supplies must be secured. Food preservation completed. Warm clothing repaired. Blankets inspected. Every task completed during autumn becomes an investment in future comfort. Once winter settles in, daily life changes. Morning darkness lasts longer. The housewife may wake before sunrise and spend much of her first hour moving through rooms illuminated only by lamplight. The stove becomes even more important than usual. Its warmth spreads through the house. Its heat supports cooking, washing, and comfort. Without it, winter life would be far more difficult. Many winter mornings begin with the same simple objective: make the house warm enough for the family to start the day. Cold has a way of influencing every activity. Floors feel colder beneath bare feet. Water seems colder against the skin. Outdoor chores require extra effort. Even simple movements demand more energy. The housewife learns to work with the season rather than against it. Curtains help retain heat. Doors remain closed. Cooking often produces welcome warmth. Baking becomes especially appreciated. The smell of bread in winter carries a particular comfort. Steam rises from pots. Windows fog slightly. The kitchen becomes the heart of the home. Children returning from school often head directly toward its warmth. Winter also changes the appearance of the town. Snow softens familiar landscapes. Fences disappear beneath white drifts. Tree branches become delicate outlines against gray skies. Footprints mark pathways. Smoke rises steadily from chimneys. The entire community seems to draw inward. Outdoor gatherings become less common. People spend more time inside. Social visits continue, but they require greater effort. A neighbor walking through snow to share coffee demonstrates genuine commitment to friendship. Storms can create unexpected challenges. Heavy snowfall may delay deliveries. Roads become difficult to travel. Families learn to depend upon planning. Pantries stocked months earlier now prove their value. The jars preserved during summer and autumn become part of daily meals. Peaches harvested under hot sunshine might appear on a winter table while snow falls outside. The connection between seasons becomes visible. Winter evenings feel especially long. Darkness arrives early. The hours between supper and bedtime stretch comfortably before the family. Reading becomes popular. Sewing projects advance steadily. Quilts often take shape during these months. Large pieces of work that require patience fit naturally into the slower pace of winter. The housewife may spend many evenings adding careful stitches to a quilt frame. The work proceeds gradually, a little each night, a pattern emerging one piece at a time. These quilts often carry stories. Fabric may come from old dresses, worn shirts, aprons no longer usable. Each piece contains a fragment of family history. A finished quilt is both practical and deeply personal. Children may remember sleeping beneath one for years without realizing how many memories are sewn into its fabric. Winter holidays bring additional activity. Preparations begin weeks in advance. Special foods are planned. Homes are cleaned thoroughly. Guests may arrive. Even modest celebrations require effort. The housewife often spends long hours organizing details that allow the family to enjoy festive occasions. Christmas, in particular, transforms many households. The season introduces excitement into routines that might otherwise feel repetitive. Children become eager. Parents make careful plans within financial limitations. Simple gifts often carry great meaning. Handmade items appear frequently. Scarves, mittens, dolls, wooden toys. The value of a gift is measured not only by cost, but by thought and effort. The holiday season highlights an important truth about household life. Many memorable family moments depend upon preparation that remains largely invisible. A decorated table, freshly baked treats, clean guest rooms, wrapped presents. These experiences do not simply happen. Someone creates them. Often that someone is the housewife. Eventually, winter begins to loosen its grip. The days lengthen. Sunlight lingers a little longer each evening. Snow melts. Roads become muddy. The town enters a season of transition. Spring rarely arrives all at once. It advances in stages. A warmer afternoon. A patch of green grass. The return of birds. Each small sign brings encouragement. After months spent largely indoors, people become eager to open windows and step outside. For the housewife, spring introduces a new set of responsibilities. One of the most significant is spring cleaning. The phrase remains familiar today, though its original meaning carried particular importance. After a long winter of closed windows, smoke from stoves, and limited ventilation, homes often required extensive cleaning. Curtains might be washed, rugs beaten outdoors, furniture moved, walls cleaned, cabinets emptied and organized. The process can take days, sometimes weeks. Spring cleaning represents more than simple tidiness. It marks renewal, the beginning of another cycle. Fresh air moves through rooms. Sunlight enters spaces closed during winter. The house itself seems to wake from hibernation. Children often spend more time outdoors as temperatures improve. This creates both opportunities and challenges. Indoor spaces remain cleaner for longer periods. Yet muddy shoes and wet clothing create new problems. The housewife adapts once again. Adaptation is one of her most important skills. Every season presents different circumstances. Successful households depend upon flexibility. Gardens return to attention in spring. Seeds are planted. Soil is prepared. Plans are made for future harvests. Hope accompanies these activities. A garden always contains uncertainty. Weather cannot be controlled. Insects may appear. Drought remains possible. Yet planting reflects optimism. The belief that effort invested today will produce results later. Many households depend upon that belief. As spring progresses, the town itself becomes more active. People linger outdoors. Neighbors converse across fences. Children play in open spaces. The sounds of life become more noticeable. Birdsong increases. Windows remain open. The entire community seems to breathe more deeply. The housewife often finds herself moving between indoor and outdoor responsibilities. Laundry dries beneath the sun. Gardens require attention. Porches need cleaning. At the same time, meals continue. Clothing still requires care. The household remains dependent upon her management. Then comes summer. Summer brings abundance. Long days, warm evenings, growing gardens, busy schedules. The rhythm of life changes again. Sunrise arrives early. Work often begins sooner. The coolest hours of the day become especially valuable. Without modern air conditioning, heat influences daily decisions. Tasks requiring physical effort are frequently completed in the morning whenever possible. By afternoon, temperatures may become uncomfortable. Windows stand open. Curtains move gently in warm breezes. Pitchers of cool water appear on tables. Shade becomes precious. The garden reaches its most productive period. Vegetables ripen rapidly. Harvests begin. What seemed like a few small plants in spring now demand constant attention. Beans need picking. Tomatoes must be gathered. Corn matures. Berries become ready. Summer abundance creates both opportunity and work. The food must be used, preserved, shared, stored. Nothing can be allowed to spoil. Food preservation becomes one of the defining activities of summer. The kitchen transforms into a place of intense seasonal labor. Large pots boil. Glass jars are prepared. Vegetables are processed. Fruit is cooked. Shelves gradually fill with preserved foods intended for future months. The work can be exhausting. Heat from the stove combines with summer temperatures. Hours pass in repetitive activity. Yet every completed jar represents security, a visible result of effort. The housewife understands that winter comfort often depends upon summer labor. The connection is direct. Families who prepare carefully enjoy greater stability later. Those who do not may face difficulties. Summer also brings social activity. Church picnics, community gatherings, parades, county fairs, family reunions. The small town social calendar becomes busier. These events provide welcome opportunities to step away from routine. Yet participation often requires preparation. Special dishes must be cooked, clothing selected, schedules adjusted. The housewife's work supports recreation as surely as it supports daily life. As summer gradually matures, attention begins to shift toward the coming harvest season. Though autumn still seems distant, experienced households know that preparation must begin early. The year never truly pauses. One season quietly prepares for the next. And as we continue our journey through the changing months, we will soon discover that autumn brings perhaps the busiest and most important responsibilities of all. For the small-town American housewife, the harvest season is not merely a beautiful time of falling leaves. It is a period when much of the year's future comfort and security are carefully built, one task at a time. Autumn arrives quietly at first. A few leaves begin to change color. Mornings feel cooler. Sunrise comes a little later each day. The intense heat of summer gradually softens, replaced by crisp air and a sense of transition. For many people, autumn is remembered as a beautiful season. For the small-town American housewife, it is also one of the busiest. Much of the work completed during these months will influence the family's comfort throughout the coming winter. The harvest season represents both reward and responsibility. The garden, which demanded attention for months, now offers its results. Baskets fill with vegetables. Fruit arrives in abundance. Fields surrounding the town produce their crops. Wagons travel roads carrying harvests towards storage buildings, markets, and rail depots. The entire community feels the change. Autumn is a season of gathering. Inside the home, the housewife faces an important question. What should be done with all the food now available? Fresh produce is wonderful, but it is temporary. Winter will come. The challenge lies in preserving today's abundance for future use. This task requires planning, patience, and many long hours of labor. The kitchen becomes a center of activity once again. Large kettles are placed on stoves. Glass jars are cleaned carefully. Lids and rings are organized. Counters fill with vegetables waiting to be prepared. Tomatoes are peeled. Beans are trimmed. Peaches are sliced. Apples are processed. The work continues for days and sometimes weeks. A visitor entering the kitchen during this season might immediately notice the heat. Steam rises constantly. Windows may be opened despite cool weather outside. The scent of fruits, vegetables, spices, and cooking fills the air. The atmosphere feels productive. Every completed jar represents something tangible. A contribution toward future meals. A safeguard against shortages. a visible reminder that preparation matters. Many women develop remarkable expertise in food preservation. Knowledge passes from one generation to the next. Certain techniques become family traditions. Recipes are shared among neighbors. Experience teaches lessons that books alone cannot provide. The housewife learns to recognize subtle details. The appearance of properly prepared fruit. The sound of a successful seal. The timing required for different foods. Such skills are practical forms of wisdom. They may never appear in formal education, yet they are valuable nonetheless. Shelves gradually begin to fill. Rows of jars catch the light. Ruby red tomatoes, golden peaches, green beans, dark berry preserves. Each jar tells a story of summer sunshine captured for future use. There is satisfaction in seeing these shelves grow fuller. The visual evidence of preparation brings reassurance. Winter may be months away, but it is already being considered. Autumn also brings changes to the household itself. Warm weather clothing must be cleaned and stored. Heavier garments inspected. Blankets aired out. Winter coats examined for needed repairs. The housewife begins preparing the home for colder months. Windows may require attention. Drafts must be identified. Fuel supplies reviewed. Every task contributes to readiness. In small-town America, preparation often serves as a form of security. Families cannot simply assume that every need will be met instantly. Planning ahead remains important. The changing landscape reflects these concerns. Trees display brilliant colors. Gold, orange, crimson, brown. Leaves drift across yards and sidewalks. The beauty of autumn is unmistakable. Yet people living through it often remain focused on practical matters. There is work to be completed before winter arrives. The season's beauty accompanies labor rather than replacing it. Children notice autumn differently. For them, the season may mean school routines, piles of leaves, and cooler afternoons spent outdoors. The housewife observes these experiences while managing the countless details that keep the household functioning smoothly. School introduces its own set of responsibilities. Clothing must be organized, lunches prepared, schedules adjusted, books and supplies maintained. The beginning of the school year affects the entire household. Morning routines become more structured. Afternoon hours require coordination. Families settle into familiar patterns. Autumn evenings possess a unique atmosphere. The air grows cooler. Darkness arrives earlier. Families spend increasing amounts of time indoors. The transition feels gradual but noticeable. Porches become less crowded. Open windows close more frequently. The home begins drawing everyone inward once again. The kitchen regains its role as the warm center of family life. Supper carries particular importance during this season. The day's work often leaves people hungry. Meals become hearty. Soups appear more often. Freshly baked bread returns regularly. The comforting aromas of cooking seem especially welcome as temperatures decline. Food provides nourishment, certainly, but it also provides emotional comfort. A warm meal on a cool evening creates a sense of well-being difficult to measure, yet easy to recognize. As harvest activities continue, community life remains active. Churches organize events. Schools host gatherings. Local organizations prepare seasonal celebrations. Small towns often maintain strong traditions connected to the agricultural calendar. Harvest festivals, fairs, and community suppers bring people together. These occasions provide opportunities for social connection after busy months of work. The housewife frequently plays an important role in such events. Food preparation alone can involve significant effort. Pies are baked, casseroles prepared, bread made, recipes shared. Many community gatherings depend upon countless hours of unseen domestic labor. Visitors arriving at a church supper may admire long tables filled with food. Behind every dish stands a person who invested time and effort in its creation. The contributions of housewives help sustain the social life of the community. As autumn deepens, thoughts increasingly turn toward winter. The first frost may arrive unexpectedly. Gardens begin slowing. Leaves continue falling. The landscape gradually changes from vibrant color to muted tones. This transition often carries mixed emotions. There is satisfaction in completed work, relief that preparations are progressing well. Yet there may also be a touch of sadness as summer finally disappears. Seasonal changes remind people of time's passage. Children grow older. Parents age. Communities evolve. Years move forward one season at a time. The housewife experiences these realities through daily life. A dress that once fit a child now seems too small. A family recipe has been used for another year. A neighbor's grandchild starts school. Small observations accumulate into a larger awareness of change. History unfolds quietly in such moments, not through dramatic events alone, but through ordinary experiences repeated across generations. By late autumn, preparations become more urgent. Fuel deliveries arrive. Wood is stacked. Coal bins are checked. Pantries are reviewed carefully. The housewife may mentally inventory supplies. Enough flour. Enough sugar. Enough preserved food. Enough blankets. These questions reflect practical concerns. Winter can be demanding. Adequate preparation reduces uncertainty. The home itself receives attention. Weather stripping may be improved. Leaks repaired. Heavy curtains prepared. Every measure helps preserve warmth. The house becomes a shelter against approaching cold. For many women, managing the household involves constant anticipation. Today's actions are influenced by tomorrow's needs. A successful home requires both present effort and future planning. This ability to think ahead becomes one of the defining characteristics of domestic management. As the final leaves fall and colder winds arrive, autumn slowly gives way to winter. The annual cycle continues. Yet understanding the seasons alone does not fully explain the life of a small-town American housewife. To appreciate her world more completely, we must also explore the relationships that shape her daily experience. Family stands at the center of that world. The housewife's responsibilities are deeply connected to the people around her. Her role as wife, mother, daughter, sister, neighbor, friend. Each relationship carries expectations, obligations, and rewards. These connections influence daily decisions in ways both large and small. Family life in small-town America varies widely. No two households are exactly alike. Some families are large, others small. Some enjoy relative prosperity. Others struggle financially. Some experience harmony. Others face tensions and disagreements. Yet across these differences, certain themes appear again and again. Responsibility. cooperation, sacrifice, affection. The home serves as the primary setting where these themes unfold. Consider the relationship between a mother and her children. The housewife spends enormous amounts of time guiding young lives, teaching practical skills, providing discipline, offering comfort, answering questions, encouraging effort. Much of this work happens through everyday interactions. Not grand speeches, not formal lessons, but countless small moments. A child learning to tie a shoe, a daughter helping prepare a meal, a son receiving advice after making a mistake. These experiences accumulate over years. Character develops gradually. Family traditions emerge naturally. Values pass from one generation to the next, often without anyone explicitly noticing. The housewife becomes both caretaker and teacher. Her influence extends far beyond cleaning and cooking. She helps shape the next generation. This responsibility can be rewarding. It can also be exhausting. Children require attention at unpredictable moments. Illnesses occur. Arguments arise. Accidents happen. Questions arrive endlessly. The work of parenting rarely follows a schedule. Patience becomes one of the most valuable household resources. Relationships with older family members are equally important. Many communities include grandparents living nearby. Extended families often maintain close connections. Visits occur frequently. Advice is exchanged. Support is shared. The presence of multiple generations creates continuity. Family history remains alive through stories and memories passed directly between relatives. A grandmother might teach a recipe. A grandfather might describe earlier times. Children grow up surrounded by family narratives. The housewife often serves as a bridge connecting these generations. She helps maintain relationships, organizes visits, shares news, coordinates family gatherings. These efforts strengthen bonds that might otherwise weaken over time. As evening settles over another autumn day, the house grows warm once more. A meal waits on the table. Voices fill the rooms. Outside, cold winds move through nearly bare trees. Inside, family life continues. And in the glow of lamps and the warmth of the kitchen, we begin to see that the true heart of the small-town American housewife's world lies not only in the tasks she performs, but in the relationships she helps sustain every single day. Those relationships, with all their joys, responsibilities, challenges, and comforts, will guide us into the next chapter of our journey. As evening settles around the house and the sounds of the day gradually fade, family life becomes easier to observe. The chores continue, of course. There are always chores. Yet beneath the practical work exists something less visible and perhaps even more important. Relationships. A household is more than a building. It is a collection of people sharing space, responsibilities, expectations, memories, and hopes. For the small-town American housewife, much of daily life revolves around maintaining those connections. History often measures events in years, decades, and centuries. Family life is measured differently. It unfolds through ordinary mornings, shared meals, conversations before bed, birthday celebrations, moments of comfort during illness, countless small interactions that rarely leave written records. Yet these experiences shape lives in profound ways. Let us spend some time inside the family circle. Imagine a typical evening after supper. The dishes have been washed. The kitchen is reasonably tidy. Children occupy themselves with books, games, or schoolwork. A husband reviews paperwork, reads a newspaper, or simply relaxes after the day's labor. The atmosphere feels calmer than it did during the busy afternoon. This quieter period often allows relationships to come into clearer focus. A child approaches with a question, perhaps about arithmetic, perhaps about something seen at school, perhaps about the world itself. Children possess an endless curiosity. Questions arrive unexpectedly. Why do leaves change color? How far away is the moon? Why must chores be completed? Where did grandmother grow up? The housewife answers as best she can. Sometimes she knows the answer immediately. Sometimes she does not. Either way, the exchange matters. These moments help build trust. A child learns that questions are welcome, that guidance is available, that someone is listening. Parenting in small-town America is not fundamentally different from parenting anywhere else. Children still require encouragement, boundaries, affection, instruction. The methods may vary across generations, but the essential responsibilities remain surprisingly consistent. Parents hope their children will grow into capable adults. They want them to be honest, responsible, respectful, prepared for life. The housewife contributes to these goals every day, often through actions that seem ordinary at the time. She reminds children to complete tasks, teaches practical skills, corrects mistakes, offers praise when deserved, provides comfort during disappointments. Such moments rarely attract attention from historians, yet they are among the building blocks of society. Every generation learns from the one before it. Family serves as the primary classroom. Many children in small towns learn household responsibilities early. A daughter may help with baking, laundry, cleaning, gardening. A son may assist with outdoor chores, fuel gathering, repairs, animal care. The exact duties vary from family to family. What remains consistent is the expectation that children contribute. Work is viewed not merely as a necessity, but as preparation. By helping at home, young people learn skills they will need later. The housewife often oversees this process. She understands that teaching requires patience. A task completed by a child may take longer. The results may be imperfect. Still, the lesson itself has value. Over time, small responsibilities become larger ones. Skills improve. Confidence grows. Another important relationship centers on marriage. Historical records frequently discuss legal structures, economic arrangements, and social expectations surrounding marriage. The daily reality is more personal. A marriage consists of two individuals navigating life together. The housewife and her husband share responsibilities, even when those responsibilities differ. Each household develops its own balance. Some marriages are warm and affectionate. Others are more reserved. Some couples communicate easily. Others struggle. Human relationships have always been complex. Yet partnership remains essential. In many small-town households, economic survival depends upon cooperation. A husband may earn wages or manage a farm. The housewife manages the domestic sphere. Their efforts support one another. Meals prepared at home help sustain workers. Income earned outside the home helps support household needs. Neither role exists entirely independently. The success of one often depends upon the efforts of the other. Of course, marriage is not always easy. Disagreements occur. Financial pressures create tension. Exhaustion affects patience. Unexpected hardships test relationships. The image of the perfect family, often presented in nostalgic stories, rarely matches reality. Real households experience challenges, yet they also develop resilience. Families learn to adapt, to forgive, to continue. The housewife frequently plays an important role in maintaining emotional stability during difficult periods. When illness strikes, routines change immediately. A sick child may require constant attention. A husband injured at work may need assistance. An elderly parent may depend upon family care. Modern medical services exist in some form, but home care remains extremely important. The housewife often becomes the primary caregiver. She prepares special meals, monitors symptoms, provides comfort, keeps the household functioning despite disruption. Such responsibilities demand physical energy and emotional strength. Many women perform this work quietly, without recognition, without complaint, because it simply feels necessary. Illness has always been part of family life. So too has loss. Small-town communities are closely connected partly because people support one another during difficult times. When a death occurs, neighbors often assist with meals, childcare, and practical needs. The housewife both receives and provides such support over the course of her life. Community and family overlap continuously. Relationships extend beyond the walls of the home. Let us step outside for a moment and consider those wider connections. The small-town housewife rarely lives in isolation. Neighbors form an important part of daily life. Some may become lifelong friends. Others remain friendly acquaintances. Together they create a network of support, information, and companionship. Friendships among women often develop through shared responsibilities. Laundry days, church activities, school events, community gatherings, simple visits. These relationships provide opportunities for conversation that differs from family interactions. A friend may understand certain frustrations immediately because she experiences similar circumstances. Advice is exchanged. Recipes are shared. Encouragement is offered. Sometimes practical assistance is provided. Need a cup of sugar? A neighbor may help. Need someone to watch children briefly? A trusted friend may step in. These informal exchanges strengthen community bonds. Trust develops gradually through repeated interactions. People learn which neighbors can be relied upon, which friends offer good advice, which families are particularly generous during difficult times. The housewife often stands at the center of these networks. Her home becomes a place where relationships are maintained. Visitors arrive. Letters are written. Invitations extended. News exchanged. Community life flows through domestic spaces. Churches play a particularly important role in many towns. Even individuals who are not deeply religious often participate in church-related activities because churches function as social centers. Services, suppers, fundraisers, charitable projects, educational programs, seasonal celebrations, all create opportunities for connection. The housewife frequently contributes significant time to these efforts. Perhaps she helps organize a meal. Perhaps she teaches children. Perhaps she prepares decorations. The specific activity matters less than the pattern itself. Community institutions depend heavily upon volunteer labor. Much of that labor comes from women. Their contributions help sustain organizations that strengthen the town as a whole. Schools create another set of relationships. Parents know teachers. Teachers know families. Children's activities bring adults into regular contact. School performances, meetings, holiday programs, athletic events all provide opportunities for interaction. The housewife often serves as the link connecting these different parts of community life. She knows what is happening at school, at church, among neighbors, within the family. This broad awareness makes her an important source of information and coordination. Yet despite being surrounded by people, moments of loneliness can still occur. This is an important reality often overlooked in nostalgic descriptions of the past. Life in a small town does not automatically eliminate isolation. A woman may spend long hours at home. Responsibilities may leave little time for personal interests. Friends may move away. Family members may become busy. The housewife experiences the same emotional complexities found in any era. There are days of satisfaction, days of boredom, days of happiness, days of worry. The human experience remains remarkably consistent across time. Letters provide one way of maintaining distant relationships. Before instant communication, letters carry enormous significance. The arrival of mail can transform an ordinary day. A letter from a sibling living in another state, a cousin serving in the military, a friend who moved away years earlier. Such correspondence helps bridge distance. The housewife may spend part of an evening writing responses. The process requires patience. Thoughts must be organized carefully. Paper selected, pen dipped into ink, words chosen deliberately. Unlike modern messages sent instantly, letters travel slowly. Replies may take weeks. This slower pace encourages reflection. Communication becomes more intentional. Many families preserve letters for years. They become records of relationships, windows into earlier moments. Today, historians often learn about ordinary lives through such correspondence. A letter describing weather, family news, or daily routines may seem unimportant at the time it is written. Decades later, it becomes valuable evidence of how people actually lived. As we continue exploring relationships, another important theme emerges. Responsibility. The small-town American housewife is entrusted with many responsibilities simultaneously. Some are practical, others emotional, still others social. She manages resources, supports family members, maintains friendships, participates in community life, preserves traditions, plans for the future, responds to unexpected challenges. The variety of these duties is remarkable. No single day includes all of them equally. Yet over the course of months and years, they form a complex web of obligations and opportunities. By understanding these relationships, we move closer to understanding the true nature of her life. Not merely what she did, but why it mattered. And as we move forward, we will begin exploring another important dimension of that life. The home itself. Not simply as a building, but as a carefully managed environment where comfort, safety, work, and family life all come together beneath one roof. For the small-town American housewife, the house is more than a place to live. It is a workplace, a gathering place, a refuge, and in many ways, the center of her world. The house stands quietly beneath the evening sky. A lamp glows through a front window. Curtains are drawn against the darkness. From the outside, it appears simple. Just another home along a familiar street. Yet for the small-town American housewife, this structure represents far more than wood, nails, and paint. It is the setting for nearly every aspect of daily life. It is where meals are prepared, children are raised, illnesses are endured, holidays are celebrated, memories are created. The home is both a private world and a place deeply connected to the larger community. To understand the life of a housewife, we must spend time inside that world. The house itself varies according to region, income, and era. Some families occupy modest cottages. Others live in larger homes with multiple bedrooms and formal parlors. Many fall somewhere in between. Regardless of size, every house requires attention. A home is never truly finished. It demands continuous care. Floors wear down. Paint fades. Roofs leak. Windows stick. Furniture loosens. Dust accumulates. The housewife becomes intimately familiar with these realities. She knows which rooms stay coolest during summer, which windows allow the most sunlight, which corners collect dust most quickly. She understands the house in a way visitors never can. Each room serves a purpose. The kitchen, perhaps more than any other space, functions as the center of activity. In many homes, it is the busiest room from dawn until bedtime. Meals originate here. Conversations occur here. Children often gather here. The kitchen is warm during winter and active throughout the year. Its appearance changes with the seasons. Summer may bring baskets of vegetables awaiting preservation. Autumn introduces apples, pumpkins, and harvest produce. Winter fills shelves with stored food. Spring brings renewed cleaning and organization. The room reflects the passage of time. A visitor entering a small-town kitchen might notice practical details immediately. A sturdy table, shelves lined with dishes, cooking utensils hanging within easy reach. Perhaps a clock ticking steadily on the wall. Everything is arranged for use. Decoration exists, but practicality usually comes first. Space is valuable. Objects earn their place through usefulness. The stove occupies a position of special importance. Whether fueled by wood, coal, or later forms of energy, it serves multiple functions. Cooking, heating water, providing warmth. The daily routine often begins and ends with attention to the stove. The housewife learns its moods, how quickly it heats, how much fuel it consumes, how different weather conditions affect performance. Operating the stove becomes a skill acquired through experience. Beyond the kitchen lies the dining area. In some homes, it is a separate room. In others, it shares space with the kitchen. Regardless of arrangement, meals play an important role in family life. The dining table often serves multiple purposes. Food is eaten there. Homework completed. Letters written. Conversations held. Plans discussed. The table becomes one of the few places where family members regularly gather together. Because of this, it acquires significance beyond its practical function. Many important family memories occur around a table. The housewife helps create the conditions for those moments, not by dramatic action, but through consistent effort. Meals appear. The space remains welcoming. The routine continues. Another room frequently found in many homes is the parlor or sitting room. This area serves a somewhat different purpose. It often functions as a place for receiving guests and spending leisure time. The atmosphere may feel slightly more formal. Furniture is arranged carefully. Special items may be displayed. Family photographs often occupy places of honor. Pictures provide an interesting glimpse into household priorities. A framed photograph is more than decoration. It is a statement about belonging, a reminder of loved ones, evidence of family history. The housewife often curates these visual reminders. She chooses where they are displayed. She dusts them. She preserves them. In doing so, she helps maintain connections between past and present. Bedrooms occupy another important part of the home. These spaces are generally simpler than modern bedrooms. Furniture remains practical. Storage may be limited. Yet bedrooms provide privacy in a household where much of life is shared. Parents retreat there at the end of long days. Children keep treasured possessions there. Sick family members recover there. The housewife spends considerable time maintaining these rooms. Beds must be made, linens washed, clothing organized. The work is repetitive but necessary. Clean, orderly sleeping spaces contribute to comfort and health. Many homes include storage areas that play crucial roles in household management. Pantries, cellars, attics, closets. These spaces may not attract attention from guests, but they are essential to daily life. The pantry, in particular, serves as a visible record of preparation. Shelves stocked with preserved foods provide reassurance. The housewife knows exactly what resources are available. She tracks supplies mentally. Which jars should be used first? How much flour remains? Whether additional sugar will be needed before winter ends. This knowledge allows her to plan effectively. The cellar often functions as a natural refrigerator before modern refrigeration becomes common. Cool temperatures help preserve food. Potatoes, apples, root vegetables. Various supplies remain stored there. Visits to the cellar become routine. The housewife moves between different parts of the home throughout the day, each serving a distinct purpose. The attic presents another interesting space. Families frequently store items that are no longer needed, but not yet discarded. Old clothing, children's toys, holiday decorations, boxes of letters, furniture from earlier years. Attics become archives of family history. A forgotten trunk might contain objects untouched for decades. The housewife may occasionally sort through these items. In doing so, she encounters reminders of earlier periods in life. A baby's blanket, a wedding keepsake, schoolbooks from childhood, ordinary objects transformed by memory. The home contains emotional significance as well as practical utility. One of the most demanding aspects of household management involves cleanliness. Keeping a home clean requires constant effort. Dust enters through open windows. Mud arrives on shoes. Ashes accumulate near stoves. Children create disorder simply by being active. No cleaning task remains completed forever. The housewife develops routines to manage this reality. Sweeping often occurs daily. Dusting regularly. Deep cleaning seasonally. The work may seem endless, yet cleanliness carries important social and health implications. Visitors notice the condition of a home. Families take pride in maintaining orderly surroundings. A clean house reflects diligence and care. The expectations can sometimes feel burdensome. Standards vary across communities, but most women understand that the condition of their homes influences how others perceive them. This social dimension adds another layer to domestic work. The house is not only lived in, it is observed. Hospitality provides another important function. Small-town culture often places considerable value on welcoming guests. Unexpected visitors are common. Neighbors stop by. Relatives arrive. Travelers may require accommodation. The housewife helps ensure that the home remains prepared for such occasions. A pot of coffee can be made quickly. A table can accommodate another guest. A spare room may be available when needed. Hospitality strengthens community relationships. It transforms houses into social spaces rather than isolated structures. Many women become skilled hosts through years of practice. They know how to make visitors feel comfortable, how to sustain conversation, how to provide refreshments even when resources are limited. These abilities contribute significantly to social life. The home also serves as a workplace. This aspect is easy to overlook. Modern discussions often separate work from home. For many housewives, the distinction is far less clear. Cooking, cleaning, sewing, budgeting, childcare, food preservation, household management. These activities require time, skill, and effort. They produce tangible results. Meals, clean clothing, comfortable living spaces, healthy children. Though unpaid, the labor is real. Its economic value is substantial. Without it, families would face significant additional costs and challenges. The housewife understands this reality, even if society does not always acknowledge it fully. The home can also become a place of creativity. Not creativity in the sense of galleries or public performances, but everyday creativity. Finding ways to stretch limited resources. Rearranging furniture. Designing quilts. Decorating for holidays. Creating special meals from simple ingredients. Domestic life often requires problem-solving. The housewife constantly adapts to changing circumstances. Unexpected guests. Budget limitations. Broken equipment. Weather disruptions. Each challenge invites a practical response. Over time, experience builds confidence. The home evolves gradually. A chair acquired 1 year. A rug purchased another. A photograph added to the wall. Unlike modern homes that can sometimes change rapidly, many earlier households develop slowly. Objects remain for years, sometimes decades. Familiarity grows. Certain items become associated with specific memories. The kitchen table where children learn to read. The rocking chair used during late-night illnesses. The quilt placed on a bed every winter. These objects become woven into family history. By evening, the house often feels different than it did in the morning. Not physically different, emotionally different. The day's activities leave traces. Conversations have occurred. Meals shared. Problems solved. Tasks completed. The house contains evidence of life being lived. As darkness settles outside, the familiar rooms grow quieter. The lamp casts warm light across walls. The stove radiates gentle heat. Family members prepare for rest. Tomorrow will bring another cycle of activity. The house will once again become a center of work, comfort, and connection. Yet before we continue following those daily routines, there is another important aspect of the housewife's world we must explore. Money, not great fortunes, not business empires, but the everyday economics of running a household. For behind every meal, every repaired garment, every preserved jar of food, and every carefully managed room lies a constant effort to balance resources and needs. And in many small-town homes, the housewife serves as the quiet financial manager whose decisions help determine the family's stability from one season to the next. Money is not always discussed openly. In many families, conversations about finances remain private. Yet money influences daily life in countless ways. It determines what can be purchased, what must be postponed, what can be repaired, what must be done without. For the small-town American housewife, managing household resources becomes one of the most important and demanding responsibilities of all. Unlike dramatic stories of bankers, industrialists, or stock market traders, household economics rarely attracts public attention. Its scale is smaller, its decisions quieter. Yet for individual families, these decisions can be enormously important. A successful household depends not only upon earning money, but also upon using it wisely. The housewife often stands at the center of this process. Let us imagine a typical month. Income enters the household through wages, farming, a family business, or another source. The amount may be generous. More often, it is simply adequate. Whatever the sum, it must be stretched across many needs. Food, clothing, fuel, housing, school supplies, medical expenses, church contributions, unexpected emergencies. Each category competes for limited resources. The housewife becomes an expert in balancing priorities. She may not use formal accounting language. She may never study economics in a classroom. Yet she develops a practical understanding of budgets through daily experience. She knows how quickly flour disappears when children are growing. She understands how much coal a household consumes during a cold winter. She notices small price changes at local stores. This knowledge accumulates gradually, year after year, purchase after purchase. One reason domestic budgeting requires such skill is that many expenses arrive unpredictably. A pair of shoes wears out sooner than expected. A child becomes ill. A roof requires repair. A stove malfunctions. These situations create pressure on household finances. The housewife often responds by adjusting other areas of spending. Perhaps a purchase can be delayed. Perhaps a garment can be repaired instead of replaced. Perhaps a special treat must wait until circumstances improve. Such decisions are rarely dramatic, yet they occur constantly, one small adjustment after another. The cumulative effect can be significant. Shopping itself differs from the modern experience. Many small towns contain a handful of stores rather than endless options. The general store may provide a wide range of goods. There may also be specialized businesses. A butcher, a baker, a hardware store, a dry goods merchant. Shopping often involves personal relationships. Store owners know their customers. Customers know store owners. Transactions occur face to face. Credit arrangements may exist. Trust matters. Reputation matters. The housewife enters these spaces not merely as a shopper, but as a participant in community life. She exchanges greetings, learns local news, compares prices, evaluates quality. Every purchase reflects careful consideration. A bolt of fabric is not simply fabric. It represents future clothing, time spent sewing, money allocated from a limited budget. A sack of flour represents weeks of meals. A new coat represents protection during winter. Objects are evaluated not only by cost, but by usefulness and durability. Frugality becomes a practical virtue. This does not necessarily mean constant deprivation. Rather, it means making thoughtful choices. Many women develop impressive abilities to maximize value. A garment may be altered and worn for years. Food leftovers become ingredients for another meal. Fabric scraps find new purposes. Nothing is wasted casually. The phrase, "use it up, wear it out, make it do, or do without," reflects an attitude familiar to many households, particularly during difficult economic periods. The housewife often embodies this philosophy. Economic hardship appears regularly throughout American history. Recessions, crop failures, factory closures, financial panics, periods of unemployment. Small-town families experience these events differently depending on location and circumstance, but few remain completely untouched. When money becomes scarce, domestic management grows even more important. The housewife may respond by increasing food preservation, growing a larger garden, sewing additional clothing, reducing unnecessary purchases, seeking creative solutions to practical problems. These efforts can help families weather difficult periods. Children may not fully understand the financial pressures surrounding them. Parents often try to shield them from worry. Yet children frequently notice changes. Fewer purchases, simpler meals, postponed plans. The atmosphere of a household can shift during challenging times. The housewife often works hard to maintain normalcy despite uncertainty. A meal still appears on the table. Birthdays are still acknowledged. Holidays are still celebrated, even if more modestly. This ability to create stability during unstable circumstances represents a significant achievement. Savings occupy an important place in many households. Even small amounts set aside can provide reassurance. The housewife may contribute directly to this effort. Coins saved from grocery purchases, money reserved for future needs, emergency funds hidden carefully away. The exact methods vary. The principle remains the same. Preparation provides security. This attitude extends beyond money itself. Food storage, fuel supplies, extra blankets, preserved clothing, all represent forms of preparedness. The household becomes a system designed to withstand uncertainty. Children learn these habits through observation. They watch adults repair rather than replace, save rather than spend impulsively, plan ahead rather than assume everything will work out automatically. These lessons often remain with them throughout adulthood. In this way, financial values pass from one generation to another. The housewife serves as an important teacher, not necessarily through lectures, more often through example. One area where economics and emotion frequently intersect involves holidays and special occasions. Every parent wants to provide enjoyable experiences for children. Every family hopes to celebrate meaningful events. Yet resources remain finite. The challenge lies in creating memorable occasions within practical limits. Here, creativity becomes especially valuable. A handmade gift may carry tremendous significance. A carefully prepared meal can transform an ordinary day. Simple decorations create festive atmospheres. The housewife often orchestrates these experiences. Her efforts demonstrate that generosity is not always measured by money alone. Time, attention, care. These resources matter too. Another important aspect of household economics involves clothing. Modern consumers often purchase clothing relatively frequently. Earlier generations typically approached garments differently. Clothing represented a substantial investment. Items were expected to last. Repairs were routine. Maintenance mattered. The housewife spends considerable time managing family wardrobes. Buttons are replaced. Tiers are mended. Hems adjusted. Children's clothes altered as they grow. Seasonal garments stored and retrieved. The work requires organization and patience. A well-maintained wardrobe saves money and extends resources. Food economics are equally important. Every meal involves choices. What ingredients should be used today? What should be saved for later? Which items are nearing expiration? The housewife balances nutrition, cost, availability, and family preferences simultaneously. The task becomes even more complex when unexpected guests arrive or financial circumstances change. Experience helps. Over time, women develop remarkable intuition regarding household food management. They know how to feed a family efficiently without sacrificing quality. The local economy influences these decisions as well. In agricultural communities, seasonal abundance affects prices. Certain foods become more available at particular times of year. The housewife adapts accordingly. Menus shift with the seasons. Preservation efforts reflect local conditions. Household management remains closely connected to the broader economic environment. Yet despite all the planning and preparation, surprises inevitably occur. A severe storm damages property. Medical expenses arise. Employment changes unexpectedly. Life refuses to follow perfect budgets. The housewife learns resilience through necessity. Plans are revised. Priorities adjusted. New solutions discovered. Flexibility becomes one of her greatest strengths. Looking back, it is easy to underestimate the complexity of these responsibilities. The phrase "running a household" sounds simple. The reality is anything but simple. It requires planning, observation, decision-making, problem-solving, adaptability, discipline. The housewife performs these tasks day after day, often without formal recognition. Her success is visible not through public awards, but through the stability of the household itself. A family that remains fed, clothed, sheltered, and cared for reflects countless successful decisions made behind the scenes. As evening settles over our small town once more, lights begin appearing in windows. Storekeepers lock doors. Families gather around supper tables. The rhythms of daily life continue. Inside one modest home, the housewife reviews tomorrow's needs. Perhaps mentally, perhaps with a small notebook. What groceries are required? Which chores remain unfinished? What events are scheduled? Planning never truly ends. The future is always approaching. And while financial management occupies an important part of her world, it is not the only challenge she faces. There are also unexpected events, emergencies, weather disasters, illnesses, accidents, moments when ordinary routines are disrupted and families must respond quickly. These situations reveal another side of the small-town American housewife, not merely as a manager of daily life, but as a source of resilience during times of uncertainty. And it is toward those moments when ordinary routines meet extraordinary circumstances that our journey will continue next. Most days follow familiar patterns. Breakfast is prepared. Beds are made. Laundry is washed. Meals are planned. Children attend school. The steady rhythm of routine provides structure and predictability. Yet life has a habit of interrupting even the most carefully organized schedule. Unexpected events arrive without warning. A sudden illness, a violent storm, an injury, a financial setback, a fire in a neighboring building, news delivered by telegram. The ordinary flow of daily life can change in a single afternoon. For the small-town American housewife, one of the most important skills is the ability to adapt when such moments occur. These disruptions rarely appear in advance. They cannot be scheduled. They demand immediate attention. And when they arrive, the housewife often finds herself at the center of the response. Let us begin with something nearly every family experiences: illness. Long before modern medical technology transformed healthcare, families managed many illnesses at home. Doctors existed, of course. Hospitals existed as well. But access could be limited, particularly in smaller communities and earlier periods. As a result, much of the day-to-day care for sick family members took place within the household. When a child develops a fever, normal routines disappear almost instantly. The kitchen remains active. Meals still need preparation. The house still requires attention. Yet priorities shift. The child becomes the focus. The housewife moves quietly between responsibilities, checking temperatures, preparing broths, changing linens, offering comfort, monitoring symptoms, perhaps sitting beside a bed late into the night. Such work requires patience and endurance. Illness rarely respects schedules. A child may seem improved in the morning and worse by evening. Sleep becomes fragmented. Plans are postponed. Daily life adjusts around the needs of the sick family member. The emotional burden can be considerable. Parents worry, especially during periods when many diseases remain difficult to treat. A simple fever may create genuine concern. A persistent cough may be watched carefully. Families learn to balance hope with caution. The housewife often serves as both caregiver and source of reassurance, even when she feels worried herself. Similar challenges arise when adults become ill. A husband unable to work creates practical complications. Income may be interrupted. Physical tasks may require alternative arrangements. The housewife adapts once again. Responsibilities expand temporarily. Neighbors may assist. Relatives may help. Community support becomes especially important during such periods. One of the strengths of many small towns lies in their ability to respond collectively during hardship. When a family faces illness, others often contribute meals, assistance, and encouragement. These gestures may appear small individually. Together, they provide meaningful support. The housewife both receives and offers such help over the course of her life. Today's recipient may become tomorrow's helper. The cycle continues. Weather presents another source of disruption. Modern forecasts provide advance warning for many conditions. Earlier generations often possess less information. Storms can arrive quickly. Their effects can be significant. Imagine a summer afternoon. The day begins pleasantly. Children play outdoors. Laundry hangs on clotheslines. Windows stand open to catch breezes. Then the sky begins to change. Clouds gather. The wind shifts. The air feels different. Experienced residents recognize the signs. A storm is approaching. The housewife immediately begins making preparations. Laundry must be collected before rain arrives. Windows secured. Outdoor items brought inside. Animals checked. Children called home. The familiar rhythm of the day gives way to purposeful activity. Soon thunder echoes across the landscape. Rain strikes rooftops. Lightning flashes beyond the windows. The family gathers indoors. Storms have always inspired a mixture of awe and caution. Inside the house, the atmosphere changes. The storm becomes the center of attention. Children watch from windows. Adults listen carefully. Strong weather reminds everyone of forces beyond human control. The housewife focuses on practical matters, keeping the family safe, maintaining calm, ensuring preparations have been completed. Winter storms create different challenges. Snow can isolate families temporarily. Roads become difficult to travel. Deliveries may be delayed. Fuel supplies become especially important. A well-prepared household handles such conditions more comfortably. Again, preparation proves valuable. Food preserved months earlier. Wood stacked during autumn. Extra blankets stored carefully. The housewife's planning helps the family navigate difficult circumstances. Sometimes disruptions affect the broader community. A fire breaks out in town. A flood threatens nearby areas. Economic difficulties spread through local businesses. Such events remind residents that individual households are part of larger systems. What happens to one family can influence many others. Community response becomes essential. Churches organize assistance. Neighbors volunteer. Local leaders coordinate efforts. The housewife often participates actively, perhaps preparing food for affected families, perhaps helping organize donations, perhaps caring for children while parents address urgent matters. These contributions strengthen social bonds. Communities survive challenges through cooperation. Accidents represent another reality of everyday life. A fall from a ladder, a farm injury, a kitchen burn, a broken bone. No family is completely immune to unexpected mishaps. The housewife develops practical knowledge regarding minor injuries. Bandages, cleaning wounds, providing comfort, knowing when professional medical help is needed. Such skills are acquired through experience and necessity. Many women become surprisingly knowledgeable about household healthcare. Their expertise may never be formally recognized, yet it proves invaluable. Emergencies reveal character. They show how people respond under pressure. Historical accounts often focus on leaders making dramatic decisions. Yet countless acts of quiet competence occur within ordinary households. A mother remaining calm during a child's illness. A woman organizing assistance after a storm. A neighbor preparing meals for a grieving family. These actions rarely enter history books. Nonetheless, they matter deeply to those who experience them. The housewife's role during emergencies often extends beyond her own family. Her knowledge of local relationships becomes valuable. She knows who might need assistance. Who has extra supplies? Who can provide transportation? Who possesses particular skills? Community networks become especially visible during difficult times. The connections maintained through years of ordinary interaction suddenly reveal their importance. One letter, one visit, one favor, one friendship, all contribute to resilience. Not every challenge arrives dramatically. Some develop slowly. Economic hardship may emerge over months. A poor harvest, reduced wages, increasing expenses. The effects accumulate gradually. The housewife notices changes early. A tighter budget, more careful shopping, additional repairs rather than replacements. The response may seem modest at first, yet small adjustments help households adapt. Patience becomes important. Many families learn to endure difficult periods by focusing on what can be controlled. Daily work continues. Meals are prepared. Children attend school. Life moves forward. Resilience often looks remarkably ordinary. It consists of continuing despite uncertainty. Another type of disruption comes through news. Before modern communication systems, important information often arrives by letter, telegram, or visitor. The sound of a knock at the door can suddenly transform a day. Perhaps a relative announces an unexpected visit. Perhaps a family member has become ill in another town. Perhaps employment opportunities have appeared elsewhere. News alters plans. Families discuss options. Decisions must be made. The housewife participates in these conversations because their outcomes affect the household directly. Throughout all these situations, one quality appears repeatedly: adaptability, the ability to adjust without losing sight of essential responsibilities. The housewife rarely enjoys the luxury of focusing on only one problem at a time. A child may be sick while laundry still needs washing. A storm may arrive while supper remains unfinished. Financial concerns may coexist with community obligations. Life presents multiple demands simultaneously. Managing them requires flexibility. It also requires emotional strength. Though many women of this era would never describe themselves using modern language about resilience, their daily actions demonstrate it clearly. They continue. They adjust. They find solutions. They support others. This strength often develops gradually through experience. Years of managing households teach lessons no textbook can fully provide. How to remain calm. How to prioritize. How to improvise when plans fail. How to endure uncertainty. As evening settles over the town once more, the familiar sounds return. A door closes. A lamp is lit. Voices drift from neighboring houses. Life resumes its ordinary rhythm after each disruption. And perhaps that is the most remarkable thing of all. Not that challenges occur. Challenges have always been part of human experience. What stands out is the ability of families and communities to absorb those challenges and continue moving forward. Tomorrow morning, breakfast will still need to be prepared. Children will still need guidance. Floors will still require sweeping. The routines return. Steady, reliable, comforting. Yet beneath those routines lies a quiet strength built through years of responding to whatever life happens to bring. As we continue our journey, we will begin looking beyond the household itself and explore how larger changes in American society gradually reshape the world of the small-town housewife. New technologies, New opportunities, new expectations. The familiar routines remain, but the nation around them is changing. And with those changes come new possibilities and new challenges that will slowly transform everyday life. For many years, the rhythms of small-town life change only gradually. One season follows another. Children grow older. Families move into new stages of life. Stores open and close. Buildings are repaired. Trees planted along streets become taller. The pace of change often feels slow enough to be almost invisible. Yet when viewed across decades, transformation becomes impossible to ignore. The world surrounding the small-town American housewife is constantly evolving. New inventions appear. Transportation improves. Communication becomes faster. Social expectations shift. Economic opportunities expand and contract. The routines inside the home remain familiar in many ways, but the environment around them is steadily changing. To understand her life fully, we must look beyond the walls of the house and consider the larger forces reshaping America. Imagine a woman born during the late 19th century. As a child, she may grow up in a home illuminated by oil lamps. Water might be carried from a pump. Most travel occurs by horse, wagon, or train. Letters provide the primary means of long-distance communication. Many household tasks require substantial physical labor. Now imagine that same woman decades later. Electric lights may illuminate her rooms. Indoor plumbing may have become available. Telephones may connect homes to one another. Automobiles may travel roads that once belonged almost entirely to horses. The transformation is extraordinary. Yet because it occurs gradually, people adapt one step at a time. Few wake up one morning and feel they are living in a completely different world. Change arrives through a series of small adjustments. The housewife experiences these adjustments directly. One of the most significant developments involves lighting. Before widespread electrification, evening activities depend heavily upon oil lamps, kerosene lamps, candles, and natural daylight. These sources provide limited illumination. Rooms remain dim compared to modern standards. Reading requires careful positioning. Sewing can strain the eyes. Nighttime activities are naturally constrained. The arrival of electric lighting changes these conditions dramatically. Suddenly, brighter and more reliable light becomes available. Tasks once difficult after sunset become easier. The household schedule gains new flexibility. Electricity itself often arrives gradually. Some neighborhoods receive service before others. Some families adopt new technology quickly. Others proceed cautiously. The housewife evaluates these changes from a practical perspective. Does the new system improve daily life? Is it affordable? Can it be trusted? Such questions accompany many innovations. Indoor plumbing represents another major transformation. Earlier generations often carry water manually. Bathing requires preparation. Waste disposal involves significant effort. These realities shape daily routines. The introduction of indoor plumbing reduces certain burdens substantially. Water becomes more accessible. Cleaning tasks become easier. Household management changes in important ways. Again, adaptation takes time. Not every family gains access simultaneously. Infrastructure develops gradually. Economic circumstances influence adoption. Yet over time, the cumulative impact is significant. The housewife notices the difference immediately because she performs many of the tasks most affected by these improvements. The telephone alters social life in fascinating ways. Before its arrival, communication depends heavily upon physical visits and written correspondence. A message may take days to arrive. Plans require advanced coordination. Unexpected news travels slowly. The telephone changes these patterns. Conversations occur instantly across distances that once required lengthy travel. The social landscape shifts. Families remain connected more easily. Emergencies can be reported quickly. Community networks operate differently. The housewife, who often manages communication within the household, incorporates this new tool into daily life. Yet even as technology expands possibilities, older habits persist. Letters continue to be written. Neighbors still visit. Front porches remain important gathering places. New and old ways coexist for many years. Transportation creates another area of dramatic change. The arrival of automobiles transforms movement itself. A trip that once required hours may become much shorter. Access to goods and services expands. Rural isolation decreases. Families can travel farther with greater ease. The housewife experiences these changes in practical terms. Shopping options increase. Visits to relatives become more feasible. Community boundaries expand. The world feels larger and more connected. At the same time, traditional rhythms begin to shift. The slower pace associated with horse-drawn transportation gradually gives way to new expectations. Time itself seems to accelerate. Many people welcome these changes. Others feel nostalgic for earlier ways of life. Most experience a mixture of both. The housewife often stands between generations, helping older family members adapt while guiding younger ones toward new possibilities. Household appliances eventually begin transforming domestic work as well. The process is gradual and uneven. Some families gain access earlier than others. Economic circumstances play a major role. Yet over time, devices designed to reduce labor become increasingly common. Washing machines, vacuum cleaners, electric irons, refrigerators. Each innovation promises greater efficiency. The reality is complex. Certain tasks become easier. Others remain demanding. Expectations often rise alongside capabilities. A cleaner house becomes possible. Therefore, a cleaner house may be expected. Fresh food can be stored longer. Therefore, menus become more varied. Technology changes not only what people can do, but what society expects them to do. The housewife navigates these shifting standards. Education also influences the changing world. As schools expand and opportunities increase, new possibilities emerge for younger generations. Daughters grow up with experiences that may differ from those of their mothers. Expectations evolve gradually. Opportunities broaden. The relationship between home and the wider world becomes increasingly dynamic. The housewife often encourages her children to pursue opportunities she herself may never have experienced. This desire reflects a common theme across generations. Parents hope their children will enjoy advantages unavailable to them. Small-town life changes as well. The towns themselves are not frozen in time. Businesses evolve. Populations shift. New residents arrive. Others leave. Economic conditions influence growth and decline. Railroads reshape communities. Later, highways alter patterns of travel and commerce. The housewife observes these developments through everyday experience. A new store opens. A familiar business closes. A neighbor's family relocates. Another family moves in. Community life remains recognizable, yet never entirely static. The role of women in society gradually becomes a subject of increasing discussion. Different communities respond differently. Different individuals hold varying opinions. Change occurs neither uniformly nor instantly. Yet opportunities, expectations, and public conversations evolve across the decades. Some women pursue education. Some enter professions. Some combine household responsibilities with other forms of work. The experiences of housewives become more diverse. The traditional image of domestic life remains influential, but reality grows increasingly varied. The small-town American housewife continues to manage a household, yet the context surrounding that work becomes more complex. Mass media introduces additional changes. Newspapers remain important, but they are eventually joined by radio. The arrival of radio brings distant voices directly into the home. National news, music, entertainment, educational programs, events occurring hundreds of miles away suddenly feel closer. The housewife can prepare supper while listening to information from places she may never visit. The sense of connection to the broader nation increases. Community identity remains strong. Yet national culture becomes more present in daily life. Families discuss stories heard on the radio. Children imitate songs and characters. Shared experiences expand beyond local boundaries. The world feels larger. Yet in many ways, the essential responsibilities of household life remain remarkably familiar. Meals still need preparation. Clothing still requires care. Children still need guidance. Homes still demand maintenance. Technology alters methods, but certain human needs remain constant. Comfort, security, belonging, love, purpose. These needs persist regardless of historical period. The housewife continues working to meet them. One of the most interesting aspects of historical change is the coexistence of continuity and transformation. A woman may use a telephone instead of writing a letter. She may store food in a refrigerator rather than a cellar. She may travel by automobile rather than wagon. Yet she still worries about her children, still plans meals, still manages resources, still supports family and community. The tools change. Many underlying responsibilities remain. As evening settles across our small town once more, lights shine in windows. Some come from oil lamps, some from electric bulbs. The exact year may differ. The details may change. Yet the atmosphere remains familiar. Families gather. Meals are shared. Conversations continue. Life moves forward. And through all these decades of change, countless women quietly adapt, preserving what matters most while learning to navigate an evolving world. Their stories are not always dramatic. Often they unfold through ordinary decisions made day after day. Yet together, those decisions help shape families, communities, and ultimately the nation itself. As we continue our journey, we will spend time exploring some of the quieter and more personal aspects of this life. The private hopes, small pleasures, dreams, moments of contentment, and occasional moments of longing. For beneath the routines, responsibilities, and historical changes lies the inner world of the housewife herself, a world that history often leaves largely unspoken. History is often easier to write about when it involves visible actions. A building is constructed. A law is passed. A business opens. A train arrives. These events leave records behind. Documents, photographs, newspaper articles. The inner life of ordinary people is more difficult to capture. Thoughts are private. Dreams remain unspoken. Small moments of happiness often pass without documentation. Yet these experiences are every bit as real as the events that fill history books. To understand the life of a small-town American housewife, we must spend some time in this quieter territory. We must consider not only what she does, but what she feels. Imagine a calm afternoon. The most urgent chores are complete. Lunch dishes have been washed. Children are at school. The house is unusually quiet. Sunlight falls across a kitchen table. A clock ticks steadily somewhere nearby. For a few moments, there are no immediate demands. No one calling her name. No meal requiring preparation. No laundry waiting to be folded. Just stillness. Such moments may be brief, but they are important. Within them, thoughts have room to wander. The housewife may think about the past. Perhaps she remembers her childhood. A farm where she once lived. A schoolhouse she attended. The voice of a parent now gone. Memories often arrive unexpectedly. A smell. A song. A familiar object. Any of these can open a doorway into earlier years. Nostalgia is not unique to any generation. People have always looked backward and remembered certain parts of life with affection. Sometimes the memories are accurate. Sometimes they become softened by time. Either way, they provide comfort. A woman folding laundry might suddenly remember helping her own mother with similar tasks decades earlier. A recipe may remind her of a grandmother's kitchen. The past remains present through such connections. She may also think about the future. Children grow quickly, faster than many parents expect. One day, a child needs help tying shoes. Soon afterward, that same child is discussing adulthood. The transition can feel surprisingly swift. The housewife notices these changes because she witnesses them daily. A dress becomes too small. A voice becomes deeper. Interests change. Responsibilities increase. The signs accumulate gradually. Then one day she realizes that childhood is beginning to fade. Pride and sadness often coexist in these moments. Parents want children to grow. Yet growth inevitably brings separation. The future contains possibilities. Education, marriage, employment, new homes in distant places. Hope accompanies these possibilities. So does uncertainty. Many women spend time imagining what life might hold for their children. Will they be happy? Will they be healthy? Will opportunities be available? Such questions have occupied parents throughout history. Dreams for children often become among the strongest hopes a person carries. Personal ambitions can be more complicated. The housewife lives within a society that often defines women through family roles. Many embrace those roles wholeheartedly. Others feel a mixture of satisfaction and longing. Human beings are rarely defined by a single identity. A woman may deeply love her family while still wondering about paths not taken. She may enjoy domestic life while occasionally imagining other experiences. This complexity deserves recognition. People are capable of gratitude and curiosity simultaneously. Contentment and ambition. Fulfillment and restlessness. The inner world rarely fits neatly into simple categories. Perhaps she wonders what distant cities are like. She has read about them in newspapers, heard stories from travelers, seen photographs. New York, Chicago, San Francisco, places far larger than her own town. She may never visit them, yet imagination allows travel of another kind. Books often provide similar opportunities. Reading can become a window into different worlds. A novel transports the reader elsewhere. A magazine describes unfamiliar places. A newspaper reports events from across the nation. For a housewife whose daily responsibilities keep her close to home, such glimpses of the wider world can be deeply meaningful. They remind her that life extends beyond familiar streets, that other people live differently, that possibilities exist beyond direct experience. At the same time, many women find genuine pleasure in the life they know. Small-town life offers satisfactions often overlooked by outsiders. The familiarity of neighbors, the comfort of routine, the beauty of seasonal change, the sense of belonging. A person can walk through town and recognize nearly every face. Children grow up surrounded by people who know their names. Relationships develop over years rather than weeks. These qualities create stability. Not everyone desires constant novelty. Many people find meaning in continuity. The housewife may experience moments of quiet happiness while performing tasks that appear ordinary to others. Hanging laundry beneath a bright summer sky. Watching bread rise successfully in the oven. Listening to children laugh in another room. Seeing a garden produce its first tomatoes. Receiving a letter from a distant friend. These experiences are modest, yet they contribute significantly to quality of life. Happiness often arrives through accumulation rather than spectacle. 100 small pleasures can matter as much as one dramatic event. Friendships play an important role in this emotional landscape. A trusted friend provides something family members cannot always offer. A different perspective, a shared confidence, a sympathetic ear. Conversations between friends frequently move beyond practical matters. They include hopes, worries, dreams, disappointments. The housewife may reveal concerns to a friend that she keeps hidden elsewhere. Such exchanges help lighten emotional burdens. They remind people they are not alone. Loneliness, however, remains a possibility. Even within a busy household, even within a close community, a person can feel isolated despite being surrounded by others. Responsibilities sometimes leave little room for personal reflection. Days can become repetitive. Certain ambitions may seem difficult to pursue. The housewife experiences these realities just as people do today. There are mornings when energy feels abundant. There are mornings when motivation arrives more slowly. Human emotions remain remarkably consistent across generations. One source of fulfillment comes through competence, the satisfaction of doing something well. The housewife develops many skills throughout her life. Cooking, sewing, budgeting, gardening, hospitality, childcare, organization. Each skill improves through practice. Mastery brings confidence. A meal prepared successfully. A difficult problem solved. A household managed effectively. These accomplishments may not receive public recognition, but they still matter. People derive pride from work done well. That principle applies whether the work occurs in a factory, an office, a classroom, or a kitchen. Religious faith often shapes the inner lives of many women during this period. For some, faith provides comfort during uncertainty. For others, it offers community and structure. Many find meaning in prayer, worship, and spiritual reflection. The exact nature of belief varies widely from person to person. Yet faith frequently influences how people interpret challenges and blessings alike. A difficult period may be endured with greater patience. A joyful event may inspire gratitude. Spiritual life becomes another dimension of personal experience. Music offers another source of pleasure. Families sing together. Church choirs perform. Pianos occupy places of honor in some homes. Songs become attached to memories. A familiar melody can evoke an entire period of life. Music accompanies celebrations, courtships, religious services, family gatherings. The housewife may hum while working, a quiet soundtrack accompanying routine tasks. These moments add texture to daily existence. Not every hour is productive. Not every day is memorable. And that is perfectly normal. Much of life consists of ordinary time. The challenge is not making every moment extraordinary. The challenge is finding meaning within the ordinary. Many housewives become remarkably skilled at this. They create celebrations from simple resources. They maintain traditions. They nurture relationships. They notice beauty in everyday surroundings. A sunrise through a kitchen window. Fresh snow covering a quiet street. The scent of lilacs in spring. The sound of rain on a roof. Such observations enrich life without requiring wealth or status. As years pass, the housewife accumulates memories. Birthdays, holidays, school graduations, family reunions, losses, achievements, thousands of ordinary days woven together. Looking backward, she may find it difficult to separate one year from another. Certain moments stand out clearly. Others blend together. Yet all contribute to the larger story. A life is not built solely from major events. It is built from repetition, habit, relationship, joys, attention. The things done every day ultimately shape who a person becomes. The small-town American housewife understands this reality, whether consciously or not. Her work is rooted in continuity. The meal prepared today resembles meals prepared yesterday. The lessons taught to children echo lessons she once received herself. The traditions maintained this year may continue into the next generation. Through such continuity, ordinary lives acquire lasting significance. And as we continue our journey, we will begin following those lives across longer stretches of time. Children will grow older. Families will change. Communities will evolve. The young housewife we have been observing will gradually become a middle-aged woman and eventually an elder within her community. For history is not only the story of daily routines. It is also the story of time passing. And nowhere is that passage more visible than in the changing stages of a human life. Time moves quietly. Unlike a storm, it does not announce its arrival. Unlike a train, it cannot be heard approaching. It advances steadily, one ordinary day after another. A person rarely notices the changes while they are happening. Yet eventually, they become impossible to ignore. The child who once needed help buttoning a coat is now tall enough to reach the highest shelf. The newly married couple has become experienced parents. The young housewife, who once looked to older women for advice, gradually finds herself offering advice instead. The passage of time transforms every household. Let us follow that journey. Imagine the housewife in her younger years. Perhaps she has recently married. Perhaps she is establishing a home for the first time. Many of the responsibilities feel unfamiliar. She is learning through experience. Recipes do not always turn out as expected. Budgets require adjustment. Routines are still developing. Confidence comes gradually. There is excitement in this stage of life. New beginnings carry possibility. The future feels wide open. At the same time, there may be uncertainty. No one arrives in adulthood already knowing everything. Skills must be acquired. Mistakes become lessons. The young housewife watches older women carefully. A mother, an aunt, a neighbor, a friend. Knowledge passes from one generation to the next through observation and practice. The process is informal but effective. Over time, what once seemed difficult becomes familiar. Years pass. Children arrive. The household becomes busier. Responsibilities multiply. The housewife enters a stage of life characterized by constant activity. There is always something requiring attention. Meals, laundry, school schedules, household maintenance, community obligations. The days feel full. Sometimes they feel too full. Parents often joke that there are not enough hours in the day. Yet despite the demands, this period frequently becomes one of the most memorable. Children fill the house with energy. Questions, laughter, occasional chaos. The home feels alive. A visitor arriving during these years might notice toys in corners, books stacked on tables, shoes near doorways, evidence of active family life everywhere. The housewife spends much of her time helping others grow. She may not always notice her own growth occurring simultaneously. Experience accumulates quietly. Problems that once seemed overwhelming become manageable. Skills become second nature. Confidence deepens. One of the most significant aspects of middle adulthood involves becoming a source of stability for others. Children seek guidance. Neighbors request advice. Younger relatives ask questions. The housewife increasingly occupies a position once held by older women she admired. The transition often happens gradually enough to escape notice. Then one day she realizes that people are turning to her for answers. This realization can be both satisfying and surprising. Another change occurs within the household itself. Children begin developing independent lives. School becomes more important. Friendships deepen. Interests expand. Parents remain central figures, but they are no longer the entire world. The housewife observes this shift with mixed emotions. Pride is certainly present. Growth is the goal of parenting. Yet growth also creates distance. A child who once followed her everywhere now spends hours with friends. A daughter begins discussing adult ambitions. A son talks about future plans. The future approaches more quickly than expected. Family routines evolve accordingly. The dinner table conversations change. Topics become more sophisticated. Questions become more complex. Responsibilities increase. Parents gradually move from directing every detail toward offering guidance and support. Adolescence introduces new challenges. Young people seek independence. Parents worry about decisions. Differences of opinion emerge. The housewife navigates these transitions carefully. She remembers her own youth. She understands the desire for freedom. Yet she also recognizes risks that younger people may overlook. Finding balance requires patience. No two families handle these years exactly the same way. Every household develops its own approach. Eventually, children reach adulthood. This stage often arrives with remarkable speed. One moment, a child seems young. The next moment, that child is preparing to leave home. Employment opportunities appear. Marriage becomes a possibility. Further education may beckon. The household enters another period of transition. The housewife experiences both joy and loss. Success is rewarding. A child beginning a promising future provides immense satisfaction. Yet departures create empty spaces. A bedroom grows quieter. A chair at the table becomes vacant. Daily routines shift. Parents adjust to a household that feels different from the one they knew for years. The phrase empty nest becomes meaningful. Homes that once seemed crowded suddenly feel spacious. Some women welcome the change. Others find it difficult. Most experience a combination of emotions: pride, relief, nostalgia, curiosity about what comes next. Life enters a new chapter. Middle age brings additional changes beyond parenting. The housewife herself continues evolving. She develops stronger opinions, greater confidence, a clearer understanding of what matters most. Certain worries that felt urgent in youth may seem less important. Experience provides perspective. Not every problem requires immediate concern. Not every setback becomes a disaster. Years of navigating challenges create resilience. Relationships evolve as well. Marriage changes over time. Couples who have spent decades together often develop deep familiarity. Shared experiences accumulate. Victories, losses, celebrations, difficult periods. The relationship becomes richer and more complex. Conversations may require fewer words. Mutual understanding grows. Of course, not every marriage follows the same path. Human relationships remain varied. Yet long-term companionship often develops its own unique character. Friendships change too. Some friends move away. Others pass on. New friendships emerge. The social landscape shifts gradually. The housewife learns that maintaining relationships requires effort. Letters, visits, phone calls in later years. Connection must be nurtured. Community roles also evolve. A younger woman may once have participated in events as a helper. Now she helps organize them. Responsibilities increase. Influence grows. She becomes part of the community's memory. She remembers earlier times, earlier families, earlier buildings. Her knowledge provides continuity. Then, almost without warning, another stage of life arrives. Children are adults. Perhaps grandchildren appear. The housewife enters later adulthood. Her daily routine changes once again. Some responsibilities decrease. Others emerge. Grandchildren introduce new energy. New opportunities for guidance. New chances to share stories and traditions. Many grandparents discover deep satisfaction in these relationships. They enjoy watching another generation grow. They see familiar traits reappearing. A grandchild smiles exactly as a parent once did. Family history feels alive. The role of storyteller often becomes more important during these years. Older women carry memories unavailable elsewhere. They remember how the town looked decades earlier, which businesses once occupied certain buildings, how families were connected, what traditions existed. Through stories, these memories are preserved. The housewife becomes a keeper of family history, not because she studied history formally, because she lived it. The physical experience of agging introduces its own realities. Tasks once completed effortlessly may require more time. Energy levels change. Health concerns become more common. Adaptation remains necessary. Yet older age also brings advantages. Patience, perspective, wisdom earned through experience. Many women discover a new appreciation for simpler pleasures. A quiet afternoon, a conversation with family, a familiar garden, a comfortable chair near a window. Life's pace may slow somewhat. Attention shifts toward different priorities. The home itself reflects these changes. Certain rooms no longer serve the same functions. Children's bedrooms become guest rooms. Family photographs multiply. Keepsakes accumulate. The house contains visible evidence of decades lived within its walls. Every object carries a story. A dining table used for countless meals. A quilt sewn years earlier. A photograph taken during a long-forgotten summer. Together they form a personal archive. As the years continue passing, the housewife increasingly understands something that younger people often struggle to appreciate. The ordinary moments matter. The routines, the conversations, the shared meals, the small kindnesses. Major events are memorable, certainly, but life itself is largely composed of everyday experiences. Those experiences create the foundation upon which everything else rests. And perhaps that is one reason so many older people enjoy reflecting on the past. Not because every moment was perfect, far from it, but because they recognize the significance of moments that once seemed ordinary. A child laughing at the dinner table, fresh bread cooling in the kitchen, neighbors visiting on a summer evening, snow falling outside a warm house. These memories endure. As our journey continues, we will begin exploring the broader community surrounding the housewife in greater detail. The stores she visits, the streets she walks, the churches, schools, and gathering places that help shape small-town life. For while the home may be the center of her world, it is connected to a larger community whose rhythms influence daily life in countless ways. And understanding that community will bring us even closer to understanding the quiet routine of a small-town American housewife. In the early morning, before many residents have fully begun their day, the town already possesses a quiet presence. The streets wait patiently beneath the first light of dawn. Storefront windows reflect the pale colors of the sky. A church steeple rises above rooftops. Trees lining residential streets stir gently in the breeze. Nothing dramatic is happening, yet life is preparing to begin. For the small-town American housewife, the town is more than a collection of buildings. It is an extension of daily life. The home may serve as the center of her routine, but the community surrounding it provides resources, relationships, opportunities, and meaning. To understand her world completely, we must spend time walking those streets. Let us begin with the town itself. Every small town develops a distinct character. Some are agricultural communities surrounded by farmland stretching toward distant horizons. Others grow near rivers, railroads, factories, or commercial routes. Their origins differ. Their populations vary. Yet many share certain familiar features. A central business district, residential neighborhoods, schools, churches, public gathering places. Together, these elements create the framework of community life. The town's main street often serves as its heart. Visitors arriving for the first time are likely to pass through this area almost immediately. Businesses cluster together. Store signs hang above sidewalks. Display windows present merchandise to passing pedestrians. People greet one another while moving from place to place. The atmosphere feels personal. Many faces are familiar. Many names are known. The housewife becomes deeply acquainted with this environment through years of regular visits. Shopping alone creates frequent opportunities to engage with the town. A trip for groceries rarely involves only groceries. There may be conversations with neighbors, news exchanged with storekeepers, questions about local events. Information flows naturally through these interactions. The grocery store occupies a particularly important place. Families depend upon it. Fresh produce, flour, sugar, coffee, canned goods, countless necessities pass through its doors. The housewife often knows exactly where items are located. She understands seasonal availability. She notices price changes. Store visits become part of a larger routine, a familiar rhythm repeated week after week. The storekeeper may recognize her immediately. Perhaps he knows her family. Perhaps he remembers previous purchases. These relationships create a sense of continuity. Commerce and community intertwine. Nearby, another business attracts regular visitors. The bakery. The scent reaches the sidewalk before customers reach the door. Fresh bread, pastries, pies, simple aromas capable of awakening memories instantly. Many towns support local bakeries where skilled workers begin their day long before sunrise. The housewife may stop there occasionally, perhaps for a special occasion, perhaps simply because fresh bread is difficult to resist. Food plays an important role in community identity. Certain businesses become beloved institutions, places associated with comfort and familiarity. The hardware store offers a different atmosphere. Shelves hold tools, nails, paint, rope, and countless practical items. Though many purchases there are made by men, housewives visit as well. Household maintenance requires supplies. Repairs require materials. Running a home involves practical problem solving. The distinction between domestic life and town life is never entirely clear. Each supports the other. The post office serves another essential function. Before instant communication, mail occupies a central place in daily life. Letters arrive carrying news from distant relatives. Magazines provide entertainment and information. Bills must be paid. Packages collected. The post office becomes a hub of activity. People encounter neighbors there. Conversations begin while waiting in line. Community information circulates naturally. For the housewife, checking the mail may become one of the day's anticipated moments. Will a letter arrive today? Will there be news from family elsewhere? The anticipation itself carries significance. Schools represent another cornerstone of small-town life. Even residents without children often feel connected to local schools. School events bring the community together. Plays, concerts, graduation ceremonies, athletic competitions, educational achievements become sources of collective pride. For mothers, schools occupy a particularly important role. Children spend much of their day there. Teachers become influential figures. Friendships develop. Skills are learned. The housewife often maintains close awareness of school activities, homework assignments, upcoming events, classroom needs. Education connects households to the wider community. The school building itself frequently stands as a symbol of local investment in the future. Churches contribute another layer to community life. Their presence extends beyond religious services. Churches host gatherings, charitable efforts, educational programs, social events, support networks. Many families maintain strong connections through church participation. The housewife often contributes substantial time and energy to these activities. A church supper may require extensive preparation. Decorations, cooking, serving, cleanup. Such events depend heavily upon volunteer effort. The work is demanding, yet it also creates opportunities for fellowship. People come together around shared goals. Relationships deepen. Traditions continue. The town library, when present, offers something quieter. A place of learning and reflection. Shelves filled with stories, information, and ideas. Libraries provide access to worlds far beyond the town itself. A housewife seeking a novel, a cookbook, or information on a particular subject may spend enjoyable hours browsing. Libraries democratize knowledge. They make exploration possible regardless of income. For many individuals, libraries become cherished community spaces. Parks and public squares provide opportunities for leisure. Children play. Families stroll. Neighbors gather. Community life requires spaces where people can simply exist together without specific obligations. These places encourage interaction. They create shared experiences. A summer evening in a town park may appear unremarkable at first glance. Yet such moments contribute significantly to quality of life. People recognize one another. Conversations begin naturally. The social fabric strengthens. Seasonal events bring additional energy. Parades, fairs, festivals, holiday celebrations. Small towns often invest considerable enthusiasm in these occasions. Preparation may begin weeks in advance. Decorations appear. Committees organize activities. Volunteers contribute time. The housewife frequently participates. Perhaps she helps prepare food. Perhaps she assists with children's activities. Perhaps she simply attends alongside family and friends. Community celebrations create memories. They reinforce a sense of belonging. The annual county fair deserves special attention. In many regions, it becomes one of the most anticipated events of the year. Agricultural displays, competitions, exhibits, entertainment, food stands. Families attend together. Children eagerly await the experience. The fair celebrates local achievement while providing recreation. For farm families especially, it offers an opportunity to showcase skills and products. The housewife may enter baked goods, preserves, sewing projects, or other creations. Such participation reflects pride in craftsmanship. Recognition carries meaning because it comes from peers who understand the effort involved. Local newspapers help connect all these elements. The paper arrives carrying reports of births, weddings, community meetings, school events, business developments, and countless other matters. Large national stories appear as well. Yet local news often receives the most attention. Readers want to know what is happening among people they actually know. The housewife may begin her day by reading headlines while drinking coffee. Information shapes decisions. Awareness strengthens community engagement. Small-town newspapers serve as both record keepers and storytellers. They document daily life in ways future historians often find invaluable. One particularly interesting aspect of community life involves reputation. In large cities, anonymity is relatively common. In small towns, people tend to know one another. Actions become visible. Character becomes known. Reputation develops over years. The housewife understands this reality. Reliability matters. Kindness matters. Honesty matters. Social relationships depend heavily upon trust. A good reputation opens doors. It encourages cooperation. It strengthens connections. Maintaining that reputation requires consistent behavior. Yet this visibility can also create pressure. Privacy becomes more limited. Mistakes become more noticeable. Small-town life offers benefits and challenges simultaneously. Still, many residents value the sense of connection it provides. They know where they belong. They know who their neighbors are. They understand local traditions. As evening arrives, the town changes once again. Stores begin closing. Street activity decreases. Lights appear in windows. Families return home. The pace slows. A sense of calm settles over familiar streets. The housewife finishes errands and heads home as well. Perhaps carrying groceries. Perhaps carrying news gathered through conversations. Perhaps carrying plans for upcoming community events. The town has provided what she needed today. Tomorrow it will do so again. Because community is not a single event. It is an ongoing relationship. A network of people, places, and shared experiences woven together across years. And for the small-town American housewife, that network forms an essential part of everyday life. Yet beyond stores, schools, churches, and public gatherings, another powerful force shapes her routine. The changing seasons themselves. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter each bring their own expectations, challenges, and opportunities. The calendar on the wall may mark the date, but the seasons often determine the true rhythm of life. And it is those seasonal rhythms, the cycle repeated year after year, that we will explore next. The calendar may divide the year into neat rows of dates, but life in a small American town is often measured differently. People notice the first robin returning after winter, the smell of freshly turned soil, the arrival of summer heat, the changing colors of leaves, the first frost sparkling across a field. These signs feel more immediate than numbers on a page. For the small-town American housewife, the seasons influence nearly every aspect of daily life. Work changes. Meals change. Clothing changes. Household routines change. Even moods and expectations seem to shift with the weather. The year becomes a cycle, each season bringing familiar tasks and familiar pleasures. Let us begin with spring. After a long winter, spring arrives not all at once, but gradually. Snow melts from shaded corners. The ground softens. Trees begin showing hints of green. The air carries a freshness absent during colder months. Windows open more frequently. Sunlight lingers longer in the evening. The entire town seems to awaken. For many housewives, spring signals a season of renewal. The concept of spring cleaning has deep roots. Throughout the winter, houses remain closed tightly against cold weather. Dust accumulates. Rooms grow stuffy. Spring provides an opportunity to refresh the home. Windows are washed. Curtains cleaned. Furniture moved. Closets organized. Every corner receives attention. The work is substantial, yet there is satisfaction in it. A freshly cleaned house feels lighter somehow. Brighter, more welcoming. The task is not merely practical. It is symbolic as well. The household emerges from winter and prepares for a new season. Gardens begin demanding attention. Seeds are selected. Soil prepared. Plans made. Even housewives who are not responsible for large agricultural operations often maintain kitchen gardens. Vegetables, herbs, flowers, small plots capable of providing both beauty and usefulness. Gardening requires patience. Results do not appear immediately. Seeds disappear beneath the soil with no visible evidence of success. Then, gradually, tiny green shoots emerge. The process feels almost magical despite being entirely familiar. The housewife checks progress regularly, protecting young plants, removing weeds, watching growth unfold day by day. Spring also brings a sense of anticipation. Summer is approaching. School years near completion. Outdoor activities become more appealing. Children spend increasing amounts of time outside. Families begin planning gatherings and visits. Energy seems to return to the community after winter's quieter months. As spring matures into summer, daily life shifts again. The days become longer. The sun rises early and sets late. Morning arrives with birdsong drifting through open windows. Evenings stretch pleasantly into twilight. Summer introduces opportunities and challenges in equal measure. Heat becomes a defining feature. Housewives learn to adapt their routines accordingly. Certain chores are completed early in the morning before temperatures climb. Meals may become lighter. Windows remain open whenever possible. Shade is appreciated. Cool drinks become welcome companions during long afternoons. Laundry drying outdoors becomes one of summer's simple pleasures. Rows of clean clothing move gently in the breeze. Sunlight and fresh air accomplish part of the work naturally. The sight is common enough to seem ordinary, yet it contributes to the atmosphere of the season. Summer gardens reach their peak. Vegetables appear in abundance. Tomatoes ripen. Beans climb supports. Corn grows taller. The housewife begins harvesting and planning how best to use the bounty. Fresh produce appears regularly on family tables. Meals reflect seasonal abundance. There is satisfaction in serving food grown close to home. The connection between effort and reward feels direct. Children experience summer differently. School vacations transform their schedules. Days become less structured. Outdoor adventures fill the hours. Swimming holes, fishing trips, games played until dusk. The housewife's responsibilities adjust accordingly. More children are present throughout the day. Additional meals and snacks may be needed. New forms of supervision emerge. Summer often feels lively and energetic. Community events flourish during warm weather. Picnics, fairs, outdoor concerts, family reunions. The housewife participates in many of these activities. Preparation frequently begins well before the event itself. Food must be planned, clothing selected, schedules coordinated. The gathering may last only a few hours, yet significant effort supports it. These occasions strengthen social bonds. They create memories that linger long after summer ends. Then, almost imperceptibly, change begins. A slightly cooler evening. A few leaves turning color. Children discussing the upcoming school year. Autumn approaches. For many housewives, autumn is among the busiest seasons of all. The abundance of summer must be preserved for the months ahead. Food preservation becomes a major undertaking. Canning, drying, storing, preparing supplies for winter. Kitchen tables fill with produce. Shelves gradually fill with jars. Each preserved item represents future security. A tomato harvested in August may become part of a meal in January. The connection between seasons becomes visible. Autumn demands organization, planning, steady effort. The work can be tiring, yet it carries deep satisfaction. Preparation has always been essential to successful household management. Cooler weather changes household routines as well. Windows close more often. Heavier clothing returns. Blankets are retrieved from storage. The housewife begins thinking about heating needs. Fuel supplies. Winter clothing. Holiday preparations. The rhythm of life shifts inward. School resumes. Families settle into more structured schedules. Autumn possesses a particular beauty that many Americans cherish. Trees display brilliant colors. Fields take on golden tones. The air feels crisp and refreshing. Even ordinary errands become more pleasant beneath clear autumn skies. Seasonal foods appear. Apples, pumpkins, squash. Recipes passed through generations return to regular use. Kitchens fill with familiar aromas. Baking becomes more common. The house feels warm and inviting. Then winter arrives. Sometimes gently, sometimes suddenly. The first snowfall transforms familiar landscapes. Streets grow quieter. Fields disappear beneath white blankets. Trees stand bare against pale skies. Winter alters movement and routine more dramatically than any other season. The house becomes especially important. It provides shelter, warmth, comfort, protection from harsh conditions. The housewife devotes considerable attention to maintaining that comfort. Heating systems require monitoring. Meals become heartier. Extra blankets appear. The household turns inward. Winter encourages a different pace. Evenings feel longer. Families spend more time together indoors. Conversation, reading, games, sewing, quiet activities fill the hours. There is a coziness associated with winter life when preparations have been successful. A storm outside can feel almost peaceful when viewed from a warm room. Snowfall creates a unique kind of silence. The world seems softer somehow. Sounds become muted. Familiar streets appear transformed. The housewife may pause briefly at a window, watching snow drift through the air. Such moments invite reflection. Winter holidays bring additional significance. Traditions become especially important. Decorations appear. Special meals are prepared. Relatives visit. Religious observances take place. Children anticipate celebrations with excitement. The housewife often stands at the center of these preparations. Much of the magic associated with holidays results from careful planning occurring behind the scenes. Gifts are selected or made. Recipes prepared. Homes decorated. Guests welcomed. These efforts create experiences families remember for years. Winter can also be challenging. Cold weather limits travel. Illness may become more common. Shorter days affect moods. Yet communities adapt. Neighbors assist one another. Families rely upon routines and traditions. Spring always waits beyond the horizon, even when winter feels long. This cycle repeats year after year. Spring's renewal. Summer's abundance. Autumn's preparation. Winter's reflection. The housewife learns to work with these rhythms rather than against them. Seasonal awareness becomes second nature. Certain tasks belong to certain times. Certain expectations accompany particular months. The year acquires structure through repetition. Children grow up recognizing these patterns. Memories become attached to seasons. A particular Christmas. A memorable harvest. A summer picnic. A spring garden. The cycle provides continuity across generations. Grandparents experience the same seasonal transitions once known by their grandchildren. Time passes, yet the seasons return. Reliable, familiar, comforting. As the years unfold, the housewife measures life not only through calendars, but through these recurring changes in the natural world. And perhaps that connection to seasonal rhythms helps explain why small-town life often feels grounded in a way that many people find appealing. Nature remains visible, present, influential. The seasons remind everyone that they are part of something larger than themselves, a cycle continuing long before their birth and likely continuing long after. As we continue our journey, we will move into one of the most cherished parts of community life: the traditions, celebrations, and holidays that punctuate the year. The gatherings that bring families together. The customs passed from one generation to the next. The special days that stand out among thousands of ordinary ones. For while routine forms the foundation of life, celebration gives it color. And few people contribute more to those celebrations than the small-town American housewife. Most days are ordinary. Breakfast is prepared. Chores are completed. Errands are run. Children attend school. The routines of life continue with dependable regularity. Yet scattered throughout the year are special occasions that interrupt those routines in welcome ways. These are the days people remember. The holidays marked on calendars. The family gatherings planned weeks in advance. The traditions repeated year after year until they become inseparable from memory itself. For the small-town American housewife, celebrations are rarely spontaneous. Behind every festive table, every decorated room, and every successful gathering lies careful preparation. The visible joy of a holiday often rests upon many hours of invisible work. Let us begin with one of the simplest, yet most meaningful forms of celebration: the family birthday. A birthday does not transform an entire town. It does not involve public ceremonies or large crowds. Its significance is more personal. One family, one individual, one special day set aside amid ordinary life. The housewife frequently becomes the architect of these occasions. Perhaps a favorite meal is prepared. Perhaps a cake is baked from a cherished recipe. Small decorations may appear. Gifts are wrapped. Relatives visit. The celebration itself may last only a few hours. Yet the memory often endures for years. Children especially remember birthdays vividly. The feeling of being recognized, of being important, of having a day that belongs uniquely to them. Such experiences help create a sense of belonging within the family. The housewife contributes to that feeling through countless thoughtful details. A favorite dessert, a carefully chosen present, a special breakfast before school, small gestures that communicate affection. Anniversaries occupy another place in the calendar. Some are observed quietly. Others become opportunities for larger family gatherings. A wedding anniversary may prompt reflection on years shared together. Challenges overcome. Children raised. Memories accumulated. The passage of time becomes more visible during such moments. Couples who once stood at the beginning of life together now find themselves surrounded by evidence of decades spent side by side. The housewife often helps preserve these milestones. Photographs, keepsakes, stories retold around dinner tables. Memory itself becomes a kind of tradition. National holidays bring the wider community into focus. Independence Day often stands among the most anticipated celebrations of summer. Flags appear along streets. Parades move through town. Children wave sparklers beneath evening skis. Neighbors gather outdoors. The atmosphere feels relaxed and festive. For many housewives, the holiday involves extensive preparation. Picnic foods must be planned. Guests accommodated. Schedules coordinated. Yet much of the work feels rewarding because it contributes directly to shared enjoyment. The celebration reflects both national identity and local community spirit. Small-town Independence Day festivities often possess a charm difficult to replicate elsewhere. Participants recognize one another. Parade spectators know many of those marching past. The event feels personal. It belongs to the community. Memorial Day brings a different tone. More reflective. More solemn. Families visit cemeteries. Flags decorate grave. Ceremonies honor those who served the nation. The housewife may help children understand the meaning behind the observances. Traditions become opportunities for education. History is not merely something found in books. It is remembered through rituals and shared experiences. Labor Day signals another transition. Summer begins drawing toward a close. Schools prepare to reopen. Families savor the final weeks of warm weather. Community gatherings often accompany the holiday. The atmosphere combines celebration with a quiet awareness that a seasonal change is approaching. The housewife, already thinking ahead to autumn responsibilities, may view the day as both an ending and a beginning. Thanksgiving occupies a particularly important place in many American households. More than almost any other holiday, it centers upon the home and the family table. Preparation often begins days in advance. Menus are planned carefully. Ingredients purchased. Recipes selected. Guest arrangements made. The kitchen becomes extraordinarily busy. The housewife coordinates countless details. Timing matters. Multiple dishes must reach completion together. Seating must be arranged. Hospitality must be extended. The work can be exhausting. Yet for many women, there is deep satisfaction in seeing family members gathered around a table filled with food and conversation. Thanksgiving emphasizes gratitude, not simply abundance. Gratitude. Families reflect upon blessings, relationships, opportunities, good fortune. The holiday encourages appreciation for ordinary things often taken for granted. Warm homes, shared meals, time spent together. Such themes resonate strongly with the values many housewives seek to cultivate throughout the year. Then there is Christmas. For countless families, Christmas becomes the most elaborate and emotionally significant celebration of all. Its influence extends far beyond a single day. Preparations may begin weeks earlier. Decorations emerge from storage. Gifts are planned. Cards are written. Special foods are prepared. The atmosphere of anticipation grows gradually. Children count the days. Adults manage countless responsibilities behind the scenes. The housewife frequently stands at the center of this activity. Not because she seeks attention. Quite the opposite. Much of her work remains intentionally invisible. She helps create experiences others enjoy. Decorations do not appear by themselves. Cookies do not bake themselves. Holiday meals do not organize themselves. Traditions continue because someone invests effort in preserving them. Christmas mornings often become treasured memories. Children waking early. Family members gathering together. The excitement of gift-giving. The comfort of familiar routines. Every household develops its own customs. Some attend church services. Some focus on family meals. Some exchange handmade gifts. Others emphasize storytelling or music. The specific details vary. What matters is continuity. Traditions connect generations. Grandparents remember celebrations from decades earlier. Children create memories they may one day share with their own families. The housewife often serves as the keeper of these traditions. She remembers recipes, preserves decorations, teaches customs, ensures that meaningful practices continue. New Year's Day follows closely behind. A quieter holiday in many respects. Reflective rather than festive. People consider the year just completed and the year ahead. Resolutions may be made. Plans discussed. Hopes expressed. The housewife often participates in these reflections. Another year has passed. Children are older. Circumstances have changed. The future remains uncertain but full of possibility. Seasonal celebrations beyond major holidays also enrich community life. Harvest festivals, church picnics, school programs, county fairs, local anniversaries. These events strengthen social bonds. They provide opportunities to gather outside ordinary routines. The housewife contributes through volunteer work, preparation, and participation. Community celebrations rarely succeed without substantial behind-the-scenes effort. Weddings deserve special attention as well. In small towns, weddings often involve entire communities. Guests may include neighbors, church members, school friends, and extended family. Preparation can occupy months. Clothing, food, decorations, logistics. The housewife may find herself helping not only with her own children's weddings, but with those of relatives and friends. Weddings symbolize continuity. One generation begins a new chapter, while another offers support and guidance. Funerals, though not celebrations, also bring communities together. Shared meals after services, visits from friends, acts of kindness. The housewife frequently plays an important role during these difficult times. Food is prepared. Guests are welcomed. Comfort is offered. Community support becomes visible in tangible ways. Human life includes joy and sorrow alike. Traditions help people navigate both. One of the most remarkable aspects of these gatherings is how ordinary people create meaningful experiences from limited resources. Wealth is not always abundant. Elaborate decorations may be unnecessary. What matters most is often the presence of others. A table surrounded by family. A church filled with familiar faces. Children laughing together. Neighbors sharing stories. Connection gives celebrations their true value. The housewife understands this perhaps better than anyone. She sees the effort required, the planning, the cooperation, the small details that transform an ordinary day into a memorable one. Over the years, these occasions become landmarks in memory. Life is not remembered as one uninterrupted sequence of days. Instead, certain celebrations stand out. A particularly joyful Christmas. A memorable family reunion. A wedding on a warm summer afternoon. A Thanksgiving crowded with relatives. These events help organize personal history. They provide reference points, markers along the path of life. As evening settles over the town and another celebration comes to an end, dishes are washed. Decorations are stored. Guests return home. The house gradually becomes quiet again. Ordinary routines wait patiently for tomorrow. Yet something remains behind. A memory, a strengthened relationship, a story that will be retold in future years. And perhaps that is the true purpose of tradition. Not simply preserving the past, but creating moments worth remembering. Moments that connect people across generations and remind them that they belong to something larger than themselves. As we continue our exploration of the small-town American housewife, we will soon examine one of the most overlooked aspects of her world. Not the holidays, not the chores, not the public gatherings, but the countless skills she develops throughout her lifetime. The practical knowledge passed quietly from woman to woman. The expertise hidden within ordinary routines. And the remarkable competence required to keep a household functioning day after day, year after year. When people think about expertise, they often imagine professions. A doctor diagnosing illness. A carpenter constructing a building. A teacher leading a classroom. A mechanic repairing an engine. These occupations possess clearly recognized skills. Certificates may exist. Training programs may be required. The knowledge is visible. The expertise is acknowledged. The skills of the small-town American housewife are different. They develop quietly, without formal announcements, without public recognition. Yet taken together, they form an impressive body of practical knowledge. Running a household successfully requires far more expertise than many people realize. Let us spend some time examining that knowledge. Imagine a young woman beginning married life. She may possess some experience gained from her childhood home. She may know how to cook certain meals, how to sew basic garments, how to clean a house. Yet much remains to be learned. The transition from helping manage a household to being responsible for one reveals new challenges. Knowledge expands through experience. Every mistake becomes a lesson. Every success builds confidence. Over time, a remarkable transformation occurs. The novice becomes an expert. One of the first areas where expertise develops is cooking. At first glance, preparing food may appear straightforward. Follow a recipe. Combine ingredients. Apply heat. Yet anyone who has spent significant time in a kitchen understands that cooking involves countless decisions. Timing, temperature, ingredient quality, seasonal availability, family preferences, budget limitations, nutritional needs. The housewife balances all these factors simultaneously. Experience teaches lessons no recipe can fully convey. She learns how bread dough should feel beneath her hands, how soup changes as it simmers, how to judge readiness by scent as much as sight. Cooking becomes both science and intuition. Many women accumulate hundreds of recipes over a lifetime, some written carefully in notebooks, others remembered entirely from memory. A favorite pie, a holiday cake, a comforting soup served during illness. Each recipe carries stories as well as instructions. Knowledge passes from generation to generation. A mother teaches a daughter. A grandmother shares a secret technique. Tradition survives through repetition. The housewife becomes both student and teacher. Baking represents a specialized skill within the broader world of cooking. Unlike many forms of meal preparation, baking often requires precision. Measurements matter. Timing matters. Conditions matter. Humidity, temperature, ingredient freshness. A successful baker develops sensitivity to these variables. She learns to adapt. A recipe may require slight adjustment depending upon circumstances. The knowledge is practical and experiential. Books provide guidance. Practice provides mastery. Food preservation introduces another area of expertise. Before modern refrigeration becomes widespread, preserving food is essential. Even afterward, many families continue the practice because it remains economical and satisfying. Canning, drying, pickling, storage techniques. These methods require careful attention. Mistakes can waste valuable resources. Success provides security. A pantry lined with preserved foods represents months of effort and planning. The housewife understands exactly what those shelves contain because she helped create them. Sewing forms another important category of skill. Not every woman sews extensively, but many develop at least basic competence. Clothing repairs occur regularly. Buttons loosen. Seams split. Fabric wears thin. The ability to extend the life of garments saves money and reduces waste. Some women move beyond repairs and create clothing entirely from scratch. This work requires measurement, planning, patience, attention to detail. A finished dress represents many hours of labor. The process begins long before the garment itself exists. Patterns must be selected, fabric chosen, pieces cut carefully, construction completed step by step. The results combine practicality with creativity. Quilting deserves special mention. Across many communities, quilting becomes both a useful craft and a social tradition. Quilts provide warmth. They also preserve memories. Fabric scraps from worn garments find new life in quilt patterns. Each piece may carry a story. A child's shirt, a favorite dress, a relative's work clothes. The finished quilt becomes a record of family history stitched together by hand. Quilting circles often bring women together. Knowledge is shared, friendships strengthened, skills refined. The housewife participates in a tradition extending across generations. Household organization requires expertise of its own. A well-managed home does not happen by accident. Supplies must be tracked, schedules coordinated, storage maintained, resources allocated effectively. The housewife develops systems that outsiders rarely notice. She knows where items belong, when supplies need replenishment, which tasks require immediate attention. Her knowledge allows the household to function smoothly. Visitors may never recognize the complexity involved. That is often the nature of successful organization. When it works well, it becomes nearly invisible. Childcare introduces perhaps the most challenging category of all. Every child possesses a unique personality, different strengths, different fears, different needs. The housewife learns through observation. She notices patterns, understands preferences, recognizes warning signs. No instruction manual can fully prepare someone for raising children. Experience remains the greatest teacher. Patience becomes essential. So does flexibility. What works for one child may not work for another. The housewife develops expertise through daily interaction. Thousands of small decisions accumulated across years. Healthcare knowledge often develops alongside childcare. Minor illnesses, small injuries, basic remedies. Many women acquire considerable practical understanding regarding family health. They know when rest is sufficient, when additional care is needed, when professional assistance should be sought. This knowledge becomes especially valuable in communities where immediate medical access may be limited. Gardening requires another distinct set of skills. Successful gardens depend upon timing, soil conditions, weather patterns, plant varieties, pest management, observation. The housewife learns which crops perform well locally, when seeds should be planted, how to recognize problems before they become serious. Gardening rewards attentiveness. The relationship between effort and outcome remains visible. Healthy plants reflect good care. Budget management may be among the least visible, yet most important forms of expertise. Household finances require constant attention. Income must cover many needs. Unexpected expenses must be accommodated. Opportunities for savings must be recognized. The housewife develops an intimate understanding of family economics. She knows how far resources can stretch, which purchases are worthwhile, which can wait. Good financial management often prevents difficulties before they arise. Again, success becomes invisible. The absence of crisis rarely attracts attention, yet it reflects skill nonetheless. Hospitality represents another area where experience matters greatly. Welcoming guests appears simple from the outside. In reality, it requires preparation and social awareness. Guests should feel comfortable. Conversations should flow naturally. Meals should be coordinated effectively. Different personalities should be accommodated. The housewife often develops remarkable abilities in this regard. Years of hosting visitors teach subtle lessons. How to put nervous guests at ease. How to maintain warmth without formality. How to create an atmosphere where people enjoy being together. Problem-solving ties all these skills together. Every household encounters unexpected situations. A recipe fails. A budget problem emerges. Guests arrive unexpectedly. Equipment breaks. Plans change. The housewife becomes accustomed to adaptation. Solutions are developed quickly. Alternatives identified. Resources redirected. Practical intelligence reveals itself through such moments. Not through abstract theory. Through effective action. One particularly interesting aspect of domestic expertise is how often it remains undocumented. A carpenter may leave behind buildings. A writer leaves books. A politician leaves records. The housewife's knowledge often exists primarily in memory and practice. It is demonstrated rather than described, passed through observation rather than formal instruction. As a result, history sometimes overlooks it. Yet communities depend upon this knowledge. Families benefit from it daily. The impact is real even when the documentation is limited. Teaching becomes an important responsibility as expertise accumulates. The housewife eventually finds herself sharing knowledge with younger generations. A daughter asks how to make a particular recipe. A granddaughter wants to learn sewing. A neighbor requests advice. The cycle continues. Knowledge received is knowledge passed onward. Not every lesson concerns practical tasks. Some involve values, patience, persistence, responsibility, generosity. These qualities are taught through example as much as words. Children observe how adults respond to challenges, how they treat others, how they fulfill commitments. The housewife influences future generations through countless small demonstrations of character. Looking across decades, the range of skills becomes impressive. Cook, baker, gardener, bookkeeper, teacher, caregiver, host, organizer, problem solver, historian of family traditions. The titles may never appear on business cards. The expertise may never receive public awards. Yet it exists nonetheless. And perhaps one reason it is easy to overlook is because it becomes so deeply integrated into everyday life. The meals arrive. The house remains functional. The family receives care. The traditions continue. Everything appears natural. Yet beneath that appearance lies years of accumulated knowledge and experience. As evening settles gently across our small town once more, lamps glow inside familiar homes. Families gather for supper. Conversations drift across tables. Children complete homework. The ordinary routines continue. Yet within those routines are skills refined through years of practice. Skills rarely celebrated in public, but essential nonetheless. And as our journey moves forward, we will begin exploring how major events in American history, wars, economic changes, national crises, and periods of prosperity, reach into these quiet households and influence the lives of ordinary women who may seem far removed from the centers of power, yet whose daily lives are shaped by those larger forces all the same. When historians describe major events, they often focus on places where decisions are made. Government buildings, military headquarters, corporate offices, legislative chambers. These locations certainly matter. Important choices emerge from them. Policies are created. Strategies developed. Laws enacted. Yet history does not remain inside those buildings. It travels outward, across cities, across towns, across farms and neighborhoods. Eventually, it arrives at ordinary front doors. The small-town American housewife may seem far removed from national events. She is not negotiating treaties. She is not drafting legislation. She is not commanding armies. And yet the decisions made elsewhere often shape her daily life in profound ways. To understand her world fully, we must consider how large historical forces enter the quiet routine of the household. Let us begin with economic change. Few things influence family life more directly than financial circumstances. Periods of prosperity create opportunities. Periods of hardship demand adaptation. The housewife experiences both. When local businesses perform well, families often feel more secure. Employment remains steady. Income becomes predictable. Purchases that once seemed impossible may become attainable. A new appliance, home improvements, additional educational opportunities for children. The mood of the community reflects this confidence. Storefronts remain busy. Construction projects appear. Optimism circulates through conversations. The housewife notices these changes not through economic reports, but through daily experience. Bills are easier to pay. Budgets become less restrictive. Plans for the future seem more achievable. Yet prosperity is rarely permanent. Economic downturns arrive from time to time. Factories reduce production. Businesses struggle. Employment becomes uncertain. Families adjust. The housewife often stands at the center of that adjustment. Budgets tighten. Purchases are postponed. Existing resources are used more carefully. Meals may become simpler. Clothing repaired rather than replaced. Nothing is wasted unnecessarily. Many women develop remarkable skill during difficult periods. Creativity becomes essential. How can limited resources meet continuing needs? How can the family maintain stability despite uncertainty? Such questions require practical solutions. The answers often emerge through careful planning and steady effort. Children may not fully understand the economic forces at work. Parents frequently shield them from the most serious concerns. The housewife contributes significantly to that protective effort. She creates a sense of normalcy. Meals continue appearing on the table. Routines continue. The household remains a place of security even when the wider economy feels uncertain. One generation of American families experiences particularly severe hardship during the era known as the Great Depression. Though circumstances vary widely across communities, the period leaves a deep impression on countless households. Employment opportunities become scarce. Financial resources shrink. Many families face challenges unlike anything they had previously experienced. The housewife responds with resourcefulness. Gardens become increasingly important. Food preservation expands. Every useful item receives careful attention. People learn to repair, reuse, and conserve. The lessons learned during difficult times often remain long afterward. Even when circumstances improve, habits formed during hardship may continue. A woman who experienced economic uncertainty in her youth may remain careful with resources throughout her life. Waste feels uncomfortable. Preparation feels prudent. These attitudes shape household management for decades. War represents another powerful force capable of transforming daily life. When nations enter conflict, even distant towns feel the effects. Young men leave for military service. Families receive letters from faraway places. Communities organize support efforts. Uncertainty becomes part of everyday life. The housewife's role often expands during wartime. Responsibilities increase. New challenges emerge. The emotional burden can be significant. Waiting becomes a common experience. Waiting for news. Waiting for letters. Waiting for loved ones to return. A letter arriving in the mailbox may suddenly become the most important event of the week. Families gather around the kitchen table to read updates. Words written hundreds or thousands of miles away carry enormous meaning. The housewife may read the same letter multiple times, not because the information changes, because the connection itself provides comfort. Wartime also influences practical matters. Certain goods may become more difficult to obtain. Families adapt. Conservation becomes important. Community cooperation increases. Volunteer efforts expand. People seek ways to contribute. The housewife frequently participates in these activities. Sewing projects, fundraising events, support organizations. The exact form varies by era and location. The underlying theme remains consistent. Communities work together during challenging periods. When wars end, adjustment continues. Veterans return home. Families reunite. Communities welcome familiar faces. The transition back to ordinary life can be joyful. It can also be complicated. Years of separation leave lasting effects. Households adapt once again. The housewife helps guide that process, creating stability, re-establishing routines, supporting family members as they move into a new chapter. Technological change, while less dramatic than war, can be equally transformative over time. New inventions alter household routines. Communication methods evolve. Transportation improves. Access to information expands. The housewife experiences these developments directly. A refrigerator changes food storage. A washing machine alters laundry routines. A telephone reshapes communication. The cumulative effect becomes substantial. Tasks once requiring hours may require less time. Distances feel shorter. Opportunities increase. Yet adaptation remains necessary. Every innovation brings a learning process. New habits must be formed. New possibilities considered. Generational differences sometimes emerge. Younger people often embrace change quickly. Older individuals may proceed more cautiously. The housewife frequently occupies a position between these perspectives. She evaluates new tools pragmatically. Do they improve life? Do they justify the cost? Are they reliable? Her decisions influence household adoption of new technology. Public health developments also reshape daily life. Medical knowledge expands. Vaccinations become more common. Sanitation improves. Disease prevention advances. These changes affect families profoundly. Childhood illnesses, once considered unavoidable, become less common. Life expectancy increases. Healthcare access gradually improves. The housewife notices these developments through practical outcomes. Children remain healthier. Recovery becomes more likely. Certain fears become less prominent. The transformation occurs gradually, but its impact is enormous. Education evolves as well. Schools expand. Curricula change. Opportunities increase. Children encounter possibilities unavailable to earlier generations. The housewife often views these developments with pride and hope. Parents generally want their children to enjoy opportunities greater than their own. Educational advancement becomes one pathway toward that goal. The relationship between local life and national culture changes too. Radio brings distant voices into the home. Later innovations expand that connection further. People become aware of events occurring far beyond their immediate surroundings. National conversations reach small towns more quickly. The housewife remains rooted in local community life, yet increasingly connected to the broader nation. The world feels larger, more interconnected. This connection influences expectations, ideas, and aspirations. Social change introduces another layer of complexity. Attitudes evolve across generations. Roles shift. Opportunities expand. Discussions occur within families and communities about what should remain the same and what should change. The housewife participates in these conversations, sometimes enthusiastically, sometimes cautiously, more often than not with a mixture of both. Human beings rarely embrace or reject change entirely. Most evaluate it piece by piece, accepting some aspects, questioning others, seeking balance between continuity and progress. Through all these developments, one thing remains remarkably consistent: the importance of home. National events may create challenges. Economic conditions may fluctuate. Technology may transform daily routines. Yet families continue seeking comfort, security, and belonging. The housewife works to provide those things regardless of external circumstances. In many ways, the household serves as a buffer between individuals and the uncertainties of the wider world. A place where meals are shared, problems discussed, relationships maintained, stability preserved. The larger forces of history are real. Their effects are significant, but they are experienced through everyday life, through grocery budgets, through letters received, through conversations at dinner tables, through decisions about work, education, and family. History enters the home quietly, then becomes part of ordinary routine. As evening settles across our town once again, the streets appear peaceful. A passerby might see little evidence of national events. Houses stand where they stood yesterday. Children play. Families gather. Yet within those homes, people are adapting continuously to forces larger than themselves, making adjustments, forming plans, preserving traditions, building futures. And perhaps that is one of history's most fascinating truths. The grand story of a nation is ultimately composed of millions of ordinary stories unfolding in places much like this one. Stories of households, communities, families. Stories of people whose names may never appear in textbooks, yet whose daily lives collectively shape the course of history itself. As our journey continues, we will move deeper into one of the most personal and meaningful aspects of the housewife's life: the relationships that sustain her. The friendships, family bonds, neighborly connections, and community ties that provide support through every stage of life. Because no household exists in isolation, and no life is lived entirely alone. If a person were asked to describe the most important part of life, the answer would likely differ from one individual to another. Some might speak of work. Others might mention faith. Some would point to achievement. Others to service. Yet again and again, across generations and cultures, one theme appears consistently: relationships. The connections between people. The bonds formed through years of shared experience. For the small-town American housewife, relationships are not simply a pleasant addition to daily life. They are woven into nearly every aspect of it. Family members, friends, neighbors, church communities, school connections, and countless informal acquaintances create a network of support and belonging. These relationships help define the character of small-town life. Let us begin with the family. The family occupies the center of the housewife's world. Not because every moment revolves around family, but because so many daily decisions are made with family members in mind. Meals are planned for them, resources managed for them, comfort provided to them, guidance offered to them. The housewife invests enormous amounts of time and energy into these relationships. Much of that investment occurs through ordinary actions. A packed lunch, a repaired garment, a conversation after a difficult day, a favorite meal prepared without being requested. Love often expresses itself through practical acts. The relationship between husband and wife forms one foundation of family life. Like all long-term relationships, it evolves over time. The early years may be characterized by discovery. Two individuals learning how to build a shared life. Compromises must be made. Habits adjusted. Goals discussed. No marriage is entirely free of disagreement. Differences naturally emerge. Yet successful partnerships often develop a rhythm of cooperation. Each person contributes in different ways. Responsibilities are shared according to circumstances and abilities. Over the years, familiarity deepens. A husband may recognize subtle changes in his wife's mood before she speaks. A wife may anticipate her husband's thoughts on a particular topic. Shared experiences create understanding difficult to achieve in any other way. The relationship becomes richer through time. Not because challenges disappear, because challenges are faced together. Parent-child relationships bring another dimension to family life. Children arrive with distinct personalities. One may be quiet and thoughtful, another energetic and adventurous, a third endlessly curious. The housewife learns to understand these differences. She adapts her approach accordingly. Parenting requires flexibility. There is no universal formula. What works beautifully for one child may prove ineffective for another. The housewife develops insight through observation. She notices strengths, recognizes worries, understands motivations. This knowledge helps her provide guidance tailored to each child. As children grow older, relationships evolve. The role of the parent changes gradually. Young children require constant supervision. Older children seek increasing independence. Parents must adjust accordingly. Too much control can create tension. Too little guidance can create uncertainty. Finding balance requires patience. The housewife navigates these transitions one stage at a time. Eventually, many parents discover that their relationships with adult children become friendships as well as family bonds. The dynamic changes. Advice becomes less frequent. Conversation becomes more equal. Mutual respect deepens. Watching children become capable adults often ranks among life's greatest satisfactions. Extended family adds further richness. Grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins. These relationships create a sense of continuity. Family gatherings bring multiple generations together. Stories are shared, memories preserved. Children learn where they come from. The housewife often plays a central role in maintaining these connections. Letters are written, visits arranged, family traditions preserved. Relationships do not sustain themselves automatically. Someone must invest effort. Frequently, that person is the housewife. Friendships provide something different from family relationships. Equally important in many ways. Friends are chosen rather than inherited. They offer companionship, understanding, and perspective. A trusted friend can make difficult periods easier to endure. Conversations between friends often range widely. Daily frustrations, family concerns, community news, personal hopes. The housewife may share thoughts with a friend that she would not discuss elsewhere. Such exchanges create emotional support. Friendships in small towns often develop slowly and last for decades. Years of shared experiences create strong bonds. Friends witness one another's lives unfolding. Marriages, births, moves, losses, celebrations, challenges. The relationship deepens through continuity. A friend who has known someone for 30 years possesses a unique understanding of that person's history. Neighbors occupy a special category all their own. In small towns, neighbors are more than people living nearby. They often become practical allies. A neighbor may collect mail during an absence, provide assistance during an emergency, offer advice, share resources. Community life depends heavily upon such informal cooperation. The housewife frequently cultivates these relationships through everyday interaction. A conversation across a fence, a visit to a front porch, an exchanged recipe, a small favor. Trust develops gradually, then proves invaluable when needed. Church relationships create another important layer of connection. Shared beliefs often foster strong community bonds. Church members see one another regularly, work together on projects, support one another during difficult times, celebrate important milestones together. The housewife may participate in study groups, charitable activities, choirs, social events, or volunteer efforts. These interactions expand her circle of relationships beyond family and immediate neighbors. The church becomes both a spiritual and social institution. Schools create connections as well. Parents meet through their children. Shared concerns and activities bring families together. School events provide opportunities for interaction. Friendships sometimes begin simply because two children happen to attend the same class. Over time, those connections may grow into lasting relationships. The housewife often finds herself becoming acquainted with other parents through school involvement. A broader network emerges. Community organizations contribute additional opportunities. Clubs, volunteer groups, charitable associations, civic activities. Participation varies from person to person. Yet these organizations help strengthen social ties. They provide common goals, shared projects, opportunities for service. Relationships deepen when people work together toward something meaningful. One particularly interesting aspect of small-town relationships is the way information travels. Before modern digital communication, news often spreads through conversations. A neighbor mentions an upcoming event. A friend shares family news. A church member reports a community development. Information moves through social networks. The housewife frequently serves as both recipient and transmitter of such news. Not through gossip alone, though gossip certainly exists in every community. More often through ordinary conversation. Human beings are naturally interested in one another. Community awareness emerges through countless small exchanges. Relationships become especially important during difficult times. Illness, financial hardship, bereavement, unexpected challenges. These experiences reveal the strength of social networks. Meals appear at doorsteps. Offers of assistance arrive. Childcare is provided. Transportation arranged. Emotional support extended. The housewife may receive such help at one point in life and provide it at another. Reciprocity strengthens community bonds. People understand that circumstances change. Today's helper may become tomorrow's recipient. Relationships also provide joy. Shared laughter, celebrations, long conversations, familiar company. Human beings thrive when they feel connected. The housewife's world is rich with opportunities for connection. Some relationships remain casual. Others become deeply significant. Together, they create a sense of belonging, of being known, of being valued. As the years pass, these relationships become part of personal identity. A woman may think of herself not only as an individual, but as a daughter, wife, mother, friend, neighbor, church member, mentor, and community participant. Each role reflects a relationship. Each relationship contributes to her understanding of who she is. Time inevitably affects social networks. People move away. New residents arrive. Older generations pass on. Younger generations take their place. Communities evolve. Yet relationships remain central throughout these changes. New friendships form. Existing bonds deepen. Human connection continues. Looking back across a lifetime, many people remember relationships more vividly than possessions or accomplishments. They remember conversations, shared experiences, acts of kindness, moments of support, the people who stood beside them during important chapters of life. The small-town American housewife is no exception. Her story is not only a story of chores, meals, and routines. It is also a story of connection, of friendships maintained, families nurtured, communities strengthened. These relationships provide meaning to the work she performs every day. They transform routine into service, responsibility into care, a house into a home. And as night settles gently over our town once more, lights glow in familiar windows. Behind those windows are conversations, shared meals, laughter, quiet companionship, the countless interactions that give shape to ordinary life. Tomorrow, new conversations will occur. New memories will be created. The web of relationships will continue growing. Because life, at its heart, is rarely lived alone. And nowhere is that truth more visible than in the quiet routine of a small-town American housewife. As the years pass, something interesting begins to happen within the life of the small-town American housewife. The routines remain familiar. Meals are still prepared. Laundry is still washed. Guests are still welcomed. Seasonal tasks still arrive with dependable regularity. Yet gradually, almost imperceptibly, she becomes something more than a participant in community life. She becomes a source of memory. The young woman who once learned from others slowly finds herself among the people who remember. She remembers when certain buildings were new. She remembers families who once lived on familiar streets. She remembers storms celebrations, weddings, harvests, school events, and community changes stretching back across decades. Without necessarily intending to, she becomes one of the keepers of local history. This role is rarely official. No certificate is awarded. No title is bestowed. Yet it carries importance nonetheless. Communities depend upon memory. Without memory, traditions fade. Connections weaken. Stories disappear. The housewife often helps prevent that loss. Imagine a summer afternoon many years after the events we have been following. Perhaps grandchildren have come to visit. The pace of life is slower now. The children are curious. They ask questions. What was the town like when you were young? Did this street always look the same? Who lived in that house? What happened before the new school was built? Simple questions. Yet answering them requires memory. The housewife begins telling stories. One story leads naturally to another. The children listen. Perhaps they do not realize it, but they are receiving history. Not the history of presidents and wars. The history of ordinary life. The history of their own family and community. Such stories preserve knowledge unavailable anywhere else. Official records can tell us when a building was constructed. They cannot always tell us what it felt like to live there. Newspapers can report a parade. They cannot fully capture the excitement of children watching from the sidewalk. Photographs preserve images. Stories preserve experiences. The housewife contributes to this preservation through conversation. Many family traditions survive in similar ways. A holiday recipe, a seasonal custom, a family saying, a particular way of decorating for celebrations. These traditions often continue because someone remembers them. Someone teaches them. Someone explains their meaning. The housewife frequently fills that role. A granddaughter may learn how to prepare a pie exactly as previous generations prepared it. A grandson may hear stories repeated each holiday season. The traditions become part of family identity, not because they are written in rules, because they are practiced and remembered. Photographs occupy a special place in this process. Many households gradually accumulate collections spanning decades. Wedding portraits, school pictures, family gatherings, vacation snapshots, holiday celebrations. The housewife often serves as curator of these memories. She knows who appears in each photograph, when it was taken, why it mattered. Without explanation, an old photograph can become mysterious. With explanation, it becomes meaningful. The stories attached to images often prove just as valuable as the images themselves. Family heirlooms function similarly. A quilt sewn long ago, a piece of jewelry, a cookbook filled with handwritten notes, a clock passed from one generation to another. Such objects carry significance beyond their practical value. They connect people across time. The housewife frequently understands these connections better than anyone. She remembers where an item came from, who used it, why it was preserved. The object becomes a vessel for memory. Small towns themselves often rely upon informal historians. People who remember, people who can explain, people who provide continuity. The housewife may become one of those individuals. A newcomer asks about the town's history. She can answer. A younger resident wonders why a certain tradition exists. She knows. A child asks about a long-closed business. She remembers shopping there. Personal memory helps communities maintain identity. Without such memories, places can begin to feel disconnected from their own past. The passing of time inevitably introduces loss as well. Friends move away. Relatives pass on. Familiar faces become less common. The housewife experiences these changes just as everyone does. Memory takes on additional significance during such moments. Stories become a way of keeping people present. A family member who is gone may still be discussed regularly. Their habits remembered. Their favorite expressions repeated. Their influence acknowledged. Memory becomes a form of continuity. The housewife often helps maintain that continuity. One generation introduces the next to those who came before. Not all memories are dramatic. In fact, many of the most treasured memories are surprisingly ordinary. A summer evening on a porch, a family meal, a school concert, a fishing trip, a birthday celebration, a walk through town. The events themselves may seem small. Their significance grows with time. Years later, people rarely remember every detail of major events. Yet they often remember how certain moments felt. The warmth of a kitchen, the sound of laughter, the comfort of familiar company. These emotional memories endure. The housewife accumulates thousands of such memories across a lifetime. Some remain vivid. Others soften around the edges. Together, they form the story of a life. One of the most interesting aspects of memory is its ability to reshape perspective. Challenges that once seemed overwhelming may appear differently when viewed decades later. A difficult winter becomes a story of perseverance. A financial hardship becomes evidence of resilience. The housewife learns that survival itself can transform memories. Time does not erase difficulties. It often changes how they are understood. This perspective becomes one of the gifts older generations can offer. They have seen problems come and go. They understand that uncertainty is temporary, that challenges eventually pass, that life continues. Younger people frequently benefit from such wisdom, not because older individuals possess all the answers, because they possess experience. Experience provides context. The housewife's stories often contain lessons without explicitly presenting them as lessons. A story about a storm may reveal preparation. A story about hardship may demonstrate resourcefulness. A story about friendship may illustrate loyalty. The values are embedded naturally within the narrative. Teaching occurs indirectly, through example, through memory, through conversation. As communities change, these stories become increasingly valuable. New buildings replace old ones. Businesses open and close. Technologies transform daily life. The visible landscape evolves. Memory provides continuity amid change. It reminds people that today's town emerged from earlier versions of itself, that every generation contributes to an ongoing story. The housewife, having witnessed many chapters of that story, helps connect past and present. There is something deeply human about this process. Every society depends upon memory. Every family depends upon memory. Every individual depends upon memory. Without it, identity becomes difficult to maintain. The small-town American housewife may never describe herself as a historian. Yet in many ways, she performs historical work. She preserves experiences, maintains traditions, shares stories, protects connections between generations. And she does so not through formal research or public speeches, but through ordinary conversation. A story told after supper, a memory shared during a holiday gathering, an explanation offered to a curious child. These moments may seem small, yet they help ensure that the past remains part of the present. As evening settles quietly across the town once more, the years seem almost visible. Not on the streets themselves, not in the buildings, but in the memories carried by those who have lived there a long time. The housewife sits comfortably in a familiar room, perhaps surrounded by photographs, perhaps listening to younger family members talking nearby. The world has changed many times during her life, yet certain things remain. Family, friendship, community, tradition, memory. These enduring threads connect one generation to the next. And as our journey continues, we will begin exploring the final chapters of this long story. Not an ending exactly, because communities continue and generations follow one another, but a reflection on what this quiet life ultimately reveals about America, about family, and about the enduring significance of ordinary people whose contributions rarely make headlines, yet shape the world around them in countless lasting ways. Tonight, as our journey through the quiet routine of a small-town American housewife begins drawing toward its final chapters, it is worth pausing beside the broader story that has unfolded around us. We have spent many hours moving through kitchens and gardens, across front porches and town streets, through changing seasons and changing decades. We have watched children grow, watched communities evolve, watched new technologies arrive and older traditions persist. And throughout it all, one thing has become increasingly clear. The life of the small-town American housewife cannot be understood merely as a collection of chores. It is something larger, something deeper, something woven into the very fabric of American community life. History often favors the dramatic. It pays attention to famous names, important speeches, great battles, national crises, remarkable inventions. These subjects deserve attention. They help explain how nations change, yet they sometimes create the impression that history happens somewhere else. In distant capitals, inside government buildings, among people whose names appear in textbooks. The quiet routine of the housewife reminds us of a different truth. History also happens at kitchen tables, in laundry rooms, at school meetings, in church basements, on front porches during warm summer evenings. The ordinary life of a community shapes the character of a nation just as surely as any public event. Consider for a moment how many lives a single housewife may influence across decades. Her children, her grandchildren, friends, neighbors, church members, students she volunteers to help, families she supports during difficult times, guests welcomed into her home. The number may be surprisingly large. Most of these interactions never appear in official records. No newspaper headline announces them. No monument commemorates them. Yet their impact remains real. A child encouraged during a difficult period may gain confidence. A grieving neighbor may find comfort. A family tradition may survive another generation. A community event may succeed because someone quietly organized the details. Small actions accumulate. Over time, they become part of the larger story. This accumulation is one of the defining characteristics of ordinary life. Rarely does a single action transform everything. Change usually occurs through repetition. Patience. Consistency. The housewife understands this instinctively. A household is not built in a day. A family is not strengthened through one conversation. Trust is not earned through one gesture. Meaningful things require time. Meals prepared over years. Lessons repeated gently. Traditions maintained season after season. Relationships nurtured through countless interactions. The results emerge gradually. The same principle applies to communities. A strong town does not appear overnight. It develops through cooperation, shared responsibility, mutual support. The housewife contributes to that process continuously, sometimes visibly, more often quietly. A volunteer project, a church supper, a neighborhood visit, a helping hand during difficult circumstances. Community life depends upon people willing to invest effort without expecting recognition. Many housewives become experts at exactly that kind of contribution. Their work often exists behind the scenes. The event succeeds. The family gathers. The guests feel welcome. The children feel cared for. The tradition continues. The outcome becomes visible while the effort remains largely unseen. There is something profoundly human about such work. Modern society often celebrates visibility. Awards, titles, public accomplishments. Yet some of life's most important contributions occur away from public attention. A parent teaching responsibility. A friend offering support. A neighbor extending kindness. The housewife's routine frequently centers upon these forms of service. Not because she seeks praise, because the work itself matters. Another lesson emerges from this journey as well. The value of ordinary days. Human beings naturally remember major events. Weddings, births, graduations, holidays. Yet the majority of life unfolds between those milestones. Most days are ordinary. Breakfast is served. Beds are made. Conversations occur. Errands are completed. Nothing extraordinary happens. And yet these ordinary days are not empty. They are the substance from which life is built. The housewife's world illustrates this beautifully. Her life is filled with repetition. Yet repetition does not necessarily mean monotony. A familiar routine can provide stability, comfort, meaning. The same kitchen may host thousands of meals, each one slightly different. The same front porch may witness countless conversations. The same family traditions may return year after year. Repetition creates continuity. Continuity creates belonging. Belonging creates meaning. Perhaps this helps explain why memories often focus on surprisingly simple moments. Not only the grand occasions, but the quiet ones. A rainy afternoon. Fresh bread cooling on a counter. Children playing in a yard. A conversation shared after supper. The housewife spends much of her life creating the conditions in which such moments can occur. Not intentionally preserving memories, simply caring for the people around her. The memories emerge naturally from that care. Another theme running through this story is adaptability. The world changes constantly. Technologies evolve. Communities grow. Economic conditions shift. Generations develop different expectations. The housewife adapts repeatedly. She learns new skills, adjusts routines, responds to challenges, preserves traditions while accepting necessary change. This balance between continuity and adaptation is one of the great strengths of small-town life. Communities survive because they can change without losing their identity. Families survive for the same reason. As we look back across the decades we have explored, we can see how many transformations occurred. Transportation changed. Communication changed. Household technology changed. Education expanded. Opportunities increased. Yet beneath all those changes remained familiar human needs. People still wanted security, connection, purpose, belonging, love. The housewife's work consistently addressed those needs regardless of historical period. In that sense, her role remained remarkably constant even as the world around her evolved. There is also something comforting about the scale of her world. Not because it is small, because it is human. The relationships are personal. The challenge is tangible. The success is meaningful. A child learns a lesson. A neighbor receives help. A family enjoys a meal together. These achievements may not alter the course of nations, yet they improve the lives of real people. And when multiplied across thousands of households, they help shape society itself. History sometimes encourages us to look upward toward famous figures. The story of the small-town American housewife encourages us to look outward instead. Toward ordinary people. Toward communities. Toward daily life. It reminds us that nations are not abstract concepts. They are collections of households, collections of families, collections of relationships. The strength of a nation ultimately depends upon the strength of those smaller units. As evening deepens and our long journey nears its end, the town grows quiet once more. Storefront lights fade. Streets empty. Homes settle into nighttime stillness. Behind countless windows, families prepare for sleep. Some houses belong to young couples just beginning their story. Others belong to families raising children. Still others shelter older residents whose memories stretch back across many decades. Life continues in all its stages. Tomorrow morning, the sun will rise again. Coffee will be brewed. Doors will open. Conversations will begin. The routines we have followed throughout this documentary will continue. Perhaps slightly altered. Perhaps in new forms. Yet recognizably familiar. Because the quiet routine of the small-town American housewife is not merely a story of the past. It is a story of enduring human patterns. Care, responsibility, community, memory, the simple, persistent work of creating a home. And now, as the day grows late and the town rests beneath a peaceful night sky, we can allow those familiar rhythms to fade gently into the distance. The dishes have been washed. The porch has grown quiet. The last light glows softly in a window. Somewhere a clock marks the passing of another ordinary evening. Another day completed. Another small piece of life added to the larger story. The seasons will continue turning. Children will continue growing. Families will continue gathering around tables. Neighbors will continue helping one another. And the quiet contributions of ordinary people will continue shaping the world in ways both visible and unseen. For in the end, the story of the small-town American housewife is not simply about one role, one town, or one era. It is a story about the enduring importance of everyday life. A story about the people who care for others without seeking recognition. a story about the steady rhythms that sustain families and communities across generations. And perhaps, as the night settles fully around us and the town drifts into silence, there is comfort in remembering that history is not only made by the famous. It is also made by ordinary people living ordinary days with patience, kindness, and quiet purpose. May the streets remain peaceful. May the porch lights glow warmly. May the memories linger gently. And may the soft rhythm of this small town carry you peacefully into sleep.